Okay. Pop that on the charger. I haven't put it on the charger today. I don't need them for this. Go. Alright. Been mentioning this for a while now, and we're not like genuinely 3 days out from Singularity. So like now or never, I guess. First things first. Yeah, okay. This is quick side detour. I also have to set my options actually to actually watch cutscenes again. Started the story stream with doing my combat sims. I haven't done them yet. Should probably check the expedition as well on that. Nah, because it didn't say the return yet. Don't. It used to be that they couldn't get through this without like Sadie being reduced to like one body, and sometimes KSG being reduced to one body. Now they all have their 5th bodies, so the entire team just eats shit alive. It's nice that Online tries to do the plan, but the autoplay basically takes longer to like cut through menus and shit than you do. Well, it doesn't fuck up like that, so at least not anymore. Where am I left at? It was 40 and 40, I was 80. I only need 124, and then I'm good and ready for the 2 new ones. Press on. Who has the airstrike? You have the airstrike right now. You won't need it until like chapter 9, so take your armor back. Use command. Use none. You're not going to be using you. Use none. We should pick you with airstrike. Should take 4 off of logistics and put. I don't know who would go on. Well, I'm using you. They're already in. I'm using you. I'm using you. They're already in. I might just go with like a 4th logistics team. I'm doing fine for resources. For how long until they're only 24 minutes? We'll just wait till they're done. Oh, I said wait till we're done. I'll just knock take them out. I won't need them until late game. Until we start getting to the beefier bosses. And even then, I don't know how well they'll do. I haven't tried them against the beefier boss. Just go. Yeah. This skin was the single greatest thing I've gotten. Didn't set the options. Alright. Another false start. Autoplay speed. Oh, there it is at the top. Duh. Alright, we're good. This isn't gonna be all like S rank plays or anything. It's just gonna be run every map once, see its stories, both like winning before and after doing the map. See the whole thing, do all the emergencies because they're part of the main story too. No night battles. A stream I can watch. Everyone's streaming Pokemon, are they? You're a good time. Yeah, all normals, all emergencies. Chapters 0 to 10. I haven't actually done chapter 10 myself yet, but we'll get there. Alright. I can off and run. Let's set the auto, see how fast the auto goes. Alright, that can be sped up. Is that thought it was goofy. That's a decent piece. Yes, hello Hammer, by the way. Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like a lot of people were just being hysterical for not really any applicable reason. It's almost kind of like the game isn't shit because they didn't add in all near 1,000 of the fucking things. Yeah, there's still fucking tons of them in there. I only just beat the second gym before this stream. I have like over 70, near 80 of the fuckers. I am like only like a quarter of the way of the story in. I just spent hours in the wild area just catching damn near everything. There was just tons of stuff just kept coming, and there's still stuff in there I haven't got. Stuff I'm not high level enough to get, or stuff that just hasn't spawned. Yeah, like there are like critiques that are about like the game. You know, the game's performance is like, you know, it was a gamer shit. It was. It was all like, oh, I can't believe they're literally like taking 1 hour to animate all 1,000 Pokemon, or 900, fucking however much it was. Don't need fair on. I probably could have started a few into chapter 1 rather than starting from 1-1, but you know, you might as well. Might as well be completionist about this. Bully up the target drones. Who's the fastest shot? HK 416. She's funnier that she's a faster shot than the fucking submachine guns, but there you go. Yeah, there's also that. There's actually a Mon that has 2 distinct forms in the game already. As in like 2 completely different forms of like different types and shit. And I don't want to say in case, you know, spoilers or to spoil the surprise, because I ran into it and I was like, what the fuck? I didn't see that coming. A lot of the new designs are also just really good. Like I'm constantly going, oh man, that looks rad, and I only have 6 slots, and I want to use some of the mods I've run into, and it's like, I don't have the room for everyone. Reminds me, I say that, but like, it sort of reminds me of Gen 5, well, Gen 7 really, which is where I really did that. Because Gen 5, like, Pokemon White. I think I was Pokemon White. Yeah, Pokemon White, I only used 4 Pokemon the whole game. Like, Samurott, Chandelure, Galvantula, and a Grassmon. I forget who. I have to set auto every time. I mean, like, you know, I will say this about it, like, it is very much still a Pokemon game. Yeah, and it still is, like, more, well, it kinda isn't that formula, because, like, the evil team of idiots this time are, like, the most evil they're being is a mild nuisance. Like, they're not even, like, backing up an evil corporation or anything, they're just being a nuisance. They're, like, very slowly decaying the formula. Oh, those damnable Sanguis Fairy. See, I feel like if you made it more of a like, oh, you can live a life as the way you want it, you would kind of get away from what the main Pokemon games are. In that they are still fairly straightforward RPGs. Like, as a spin-off game that was more like that, that would be neat. But I would kind of prefer the main ones just stay that, like, standard way, if you know what I mean. This is true, Kalim. This is very true. But yeah, that's me. I do, like, it would be... What game was it? Level 5's Fantasy Life on 3DS, wasn't it? A Pokemon game sort of in that vein. That would be kind of neat. As like a whole, like, you know, just live your life, or a Harvest Moon style Pokemon even. Imagine that. Yeah, like, you're probably better off waiting for it. for an ultra version. Griffin and Kruger, don't forget that bit. Should finish it at some point. Another one in the pile. I never actually played it, but I do remember its whole like premise and like looking into it a lot. And I was like, oh, that is like structurally and functionally quite interesting. I will say this for Pokemon Sword, like, in a lot of ways, it is far and away the most polished Pokemon game, like, by far, and not just in, like, oh, there's a lot of, like, quality of life improvements and shit. I mean, there's also just loads of, like, little touches that are just like, oh, they really thought this through. Like, the NPCs, like, reacting to you when you walk close, like, the way you can do certain things, is like, you know how, like, every Pokemon, more recent games, they brought back clothes, and the clothes all look gorgeous. They're adorable. Like, fashion is, like, one of the key parts of Pokemon now. I'm not even being ironic when I say that. But yeah, I remember, like, the one that struck me was, like, a lot of the 3D Pokemon games all had a little thing, and some of the 2D ones too, actually, the DS ones, and I think as far back as Pokemon Sapphire and Ruby, actually, had the thing, a little photo stand thing where you stand, put your head through your cardboard thing, and take a wacky photo. But at least I haven't noticed it until now, but I'm pretty sure Sword is the first one where you do that and you can press a button to like make a face. Just like a smile or something, and then the NPCs around will react to it. It's just little things like that. Like there's a lot of life, little touches of life all over it. They're just like, really nice and make us feel. It's very fun. There's a lot of little things like that. It's also very easy to break. And by break, I mean I am currently 10 levels over everything around me. Because I just spent ages in the wild area just wanting to catch everything. And just kind of obsessively running all around going like, oh shit, new things, oh catch it, fight it, catch it. Saw my level going up, like, oh yeah, I can be here for a bit. But that being said, like, even with that, the level curve is actually noticeably higher than other ones to accommodate. Not just in like, oh, wild area mons are wild area mons are like higher level. Like there are higher level wild area mons you aren't meant to fight for until like a while. But like for instance, like before the first gym, you're fighting mons that are like level 15, level 16, 17. And the first gym leader has like Pokemon like at level 20. And that's actually like fairly high as these things go. Like usually they're all, especially in recent ones, they've barely been breaking level 10. The first gym leader, but now, you know, everything's, it's still not hard. In part because I've spent ages, you know, been maxing a team and leveling just by running around fighting and catching everything. But and there's also all like items and shit that will give you like a lot of experience. But it is a noticeable kick up. It's nice. This is what I'm saying. There's also just like a lot of design stuff I like, just while I'm still babbling happily about it. Like the spread of available Pokemon is very wide from the outset. Like by R4, I had a fire type, water type, grass type, electric type, a bird, and I had my choice of like fairy, dark, psychic bug, rock ground, like the lot. Like you get there's a wide spread, and even by now I've already found, you know, like there's big pile ice ones you can get. There's more like ground. There's like you can get your hand on a few steels. There's at least one. There's at least two actually dragons kicking about. Ghosts are around, but they're out of my level range right now. Like stuff like that. There's a wide range of mons to pick from the outset. Like a lot more than the past games, and that's actually really good. Like you can just build your team like whatever fucking way you want, very early on. So yeah, like the design, the general game design is just a lot better than like, I already thought Sun and Moon was like pretty well designed, but like Sword and Shield like kicked it up noticeably. Which makes it, like, this one being the one, like, lots of people being, like, fucking stupid and screaming about very tragic, because this is far and away, like, where's the hard tutorials? They are actually mostly skippable. I say mostly because there's still a lot of, like, you know, you run to a place, like, the game stops you, your rival goes, like, I'm going to the gym, and then the camera pans to the big fucking gym you can plainly see. But a lot of, like, the capture tutorial you can skip, because you get handed like 5 Pokeballs before you're told how to do it, and if you catch any Pokemon before you get to the point where it gives you the catch tutorial, it just skips it. If you you can just choose to say I already know this to a lot of things. Like there's even like stuff like the gym, they're trying to explain like the gym challenge and shit too. If you've already played the game and just say I already know how this goes, you just skip it entirely. You just skip the explanation. There are like, you know, it does skip, you can skip like the whole like, oh, Pokemon have type like advantages and all that by just doing it. Like I hit my rival with a fire thing. Bypass the whole like, oh, Pokemon have types. Tutorial shit like that. Although your rival will keep, for like at least a few matches, keep shouting out like, oh man, you're really good at types every time you hit his weakness. And that's literally just using fire on grass every single time, for instance. But he will still endlessly be impressed by your ability to do that. He's a bit of an idiot. But yeah, like it's really good. I'm really jazzed by this one in there's a lot of ways. Like, the only real thing I would ask for it is like, yeah, it depends on how they're handled. I feel like so like the ones in XY, it was kind of like there's like 4 of them and like only one of them really matters, and like it's okay. Like you didn't do too much of them. But them being friends isn't an issue, because, you know, like, only Blue was a prick, and yeah, okay, you make your memes and all that, but, you know, he was still just like a whatever, you know, he didn't really consider his friends or not, at least, like, Silver, too. Silver was all just like, he just came up and said, I'm a big prick, and honestly, he was, I mean, he stole his fucking Pokemon. He didn't like just take it and be like, I am cool. He's fucking committed crimes and shit. But yeah, like Pokemon White, like you had the boy rival Sharon and the girl rival Bianca. And Bianca was your friend. She was all nice and like I quite liked her. And then there was Sharon, who was meant to be like he was meant to be like the reserved, like sharp-tongued one. He wasn't exactly, he was your friend, but he wasn't, you know, he was still kind of prickish. I just fucking hated him, because he, like, it's kind of the problem with the more antagonistic rivals, is that they will just so very easily, you know, they just repeat themselves all the time. Like, every time Sharon appeared, it was just like, I must get more powerful, I am very power, I must learn power, and after a point, I'm just like, I fucking hate you, just shut up and go away. Whereas every time Bianca showed up, it was just kind of like, oh hey, the friend, she's here. It was kind of the same way with Hop, the one in Sword, where it's like every time he shows up, it's like, oh, there he is again. Hi, buddy. You still amazed that I can use fire on grass. And there is an asshole rival in Sword. There's this kid called Bede, who is like someone you meet on your run, and he's like, I'm really fucking cool, like, how dare you talk to me? He's like full hyper arrogant asshole. He's like, oh, you even talking to me is a waste of my time, or it's criminal for you to waste my time like this and all that. And then you just shit stomp him, because his team is all psychic, and if you have the Dark Bird you can get on right one, you just shit stomp him. It's not even funny. You just crush him beneath your fucking heel, even if you aren't over leveled. And, you know, like, all that does is just make a character who's just like, I don't want to hear him talk. Like, it's just the same, like, I'm arrogant asshole thing. Whereas at least a friendly rival's like, you know, a friendly rival, you can at least, like, even when you're shit stomping him after, so that I'm really cool, you're just kind of, yeah, okay, you know, like, pat his head, like, let him go. I'm so good, guy. He's a single type exclusively. That's basically it. a single type that is also a distinct disadvantage, because like Route 1 is fucking littered with dark types. There's the bird, like this generation's new bird is part dark. There is a little, like a Mightyena, not Mighty, a Poochyena equivalent, so that's pure dark. And then there's the new Zigzagoon, which is dark normal. And that's just like, you get the 3 of them in the first 2 routes. And then there's other stuff around the place that will learn like Bite and Lick and other anti-psychic stuff. Like, he is just super fucked, and he's committed to the worst type he can commit to this generation. Like, it's just like, oh god, like, you stupid asshole. But yeah, no, like, basically, like, friendly rivals are just like funner to deal with, I guess, because you're not like on like, okay, like another 5 text boxes this guy saying he's the greatest ever before you just crush him, and if you're heel, walk on. Nick it. Yes, nick it. That's the... its evolved form is called Thieful. Thievul. It's amazing. Mr. Krieger. There's not a lot to pay attention to in the story right now, because chapter 1 doesn't get saucy until like the end of chapter 1. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, I really like Sword. I think it's like actually one of the better, let's say, like one of the better designed Pokemon games in a while. And, it just does a lot of things right, which makes the whole, like, all the screaming and shitting about it just fucking funny. Because it's like, you pick this one to, like, die on. The auto didn't kick in. Bullying Tiny Sangvis was no boss. Oh. What? Is that Thievul or? Level up and fire more. Every single stat goes up except the stat they ain't using on res. You got the optimal level. God bless. Yeah, I should have started in chapter 2, because I forgot that chapter 1 really doesn't get anywhere until you fight the boss at the end of it. Right now we're just bullying the lowest ranked enemies around. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to take like a good while in Pokemon Sword, because like, I just got, this is a change I'm ambivalent on, if you don't mind me like talking about this one ever, about catching Pokemon and like how it ties to gym badges. And I understand why they did it, because they realized that when they designed the wild area, and one of the things they wanted to do was put in Pokemon that are much higher level than you, so you would just, like, there'll be hazards, you can't fight them, they'll stomp the living shit out of you. But if you're good enough or lucky enough, depending on what spawns, you can take something out and just get like fuck tons of like experience and all that. Like risk reward, make it feel like a living world where like things can actually shit stomp you for once in Pokemon. But to balance that and prevent it from For instance, like I was prevented from getting a cheeky level 31 Haunter at a point where all my Pokemon were level 20, which I could have immediately just traded up and got into a Gengar from off someone, basically. I was prevented from doing that because Pokemon that are above a certain level threshold, depending on what gym badge you have, just can't be caught. They have their guard up. And this is in place of, like, I think also, like, trading, like, you know, Pokemon that you've been traded still have that thing, but it doesn't mention it when you get the gym badges. I would know it's only catching them. You can raise your own Pokemon past that level threshold and it doesn't occur, but it's only catching them. Like, if you can't catch them, like, at first you can't catch anything over level, I think, 20. The first gym badge lets you catch things up to level 25, the second up to level 30. And again, I get why you do it, but I don't like that you did it that way. Like, I understand why, I'm not fussed on it. Especially since in these types of games, busting the system and getting something like far stronger than you should is, like, you know, a secret, something I like to do. I find that quite fun. I really liked in Final Fantasy 13-2, for instance, getting a behemoth at the very first possible time you run into them when they're meant to be impossible enemies you can't beat. But you can if you're smart and use the combat system well. You can actually do it quite easily. And then you just have this super powered monster you can just dump on things and just like, well, match one for like the next fucking 10 hours. Like, shit like that. Like, that's fun. But, you know, they thought about it and they're like, kind of like, eh. Well, thinking about it, it is kind of ironic because I ended up like super over leveled and I have one shot every single gym Pokemon I've come to this point. Like, I faced the gym leaders, they put out their Dynamax Pokemon, make it all big and double HP, super powerful, and I killed it in one shot without Dynamax of my own. They just fucking like kicked it in the face, walked on. It's kind of like, at this point you might as well just let me catch the power level, like the over level Pokemon, you know? Most of them are too strong for you to like reasonably take out anyway, unless you like very certain team setups or whatever. Or you're getting one like a Haunter, which uses Curse and just splits its own HP at the start of the fight for you. And then you can just like nudge it once or twice and then catch it. Or in theory, anyway. But, yeah. It's only a minor thing anyway, because like, there's no such restriction on Dynamax Pokemon, for instance. Like, if you, like, there's like, you know, the pits that spawn the big raid monsters, you can catch them regardless of what their level are. So, yeah. Apart from that, like, I don't really have any issues. Ingram, my dear old tank. But yeah, I don't really have any other issues with it, honestly. It's kind of like, yeah, it's like, it's a Pokemon game, you know what you're getting into, it's just a very polished one. Oh, pardon me. The girls, Frontline. Oh yeah, and also like the gym leader battle music is like the single best it's been of the whole series. Like, it's just like goddamn top tier. A lot of the music in general was like superb this time. Like, I'm noticing it and going, oh fuck, that's really good. I don't think it is. I know he did one, but I don't know which one he did. I should actually look that up so I know, or like check what the name of the song is rather to see like if it's an area name, so I can be like, okay, that's when he comes in. If it is, then it's kind of like, oh goddamn, but like either which way, like it is just fucking superb. Like it's just exactly my like shit. It is like just this really pumping, like super rad sounding like electronic track, and it has like fucking like stadium chants and shit in with it and all that. It sounds like the sort of thing you get in like a football game, like an actual like the FIFA games of yore and shit. Honestly, got quite a few like that actually. They did capture the whole football thing really well. second song. You know what? While I'm here, let's actually open Firefox and give that a nosy. Keyboard, come back into reach. That was chapter 3, wasn't it? 1-3 even? Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. Why is the first thing that comes up when I type in Toby Fox net worth? Like, who gives a shit? Oh, what are you doing? Fucking tell me which one he did. Doesn't say. I'd have to play the song. I don't have my headphones on. I'll fucking get my headphones. While I'm at it, I'll actually just let the autoplay go for this. What's it gonna do, really? Beep boop. Beep boop beep. Whoops. Let's have a listen. No, it's not. That's not the gym leader song. But from like the 5 seconds I listened to that there, that is an incredibly Toby Fox song. Just from the opening notes, you can just tell. It's got the very like up down like did it sort of instrumentation that Undertale has. Yeah, there apparently is some kind of battle song. That might be like the champion battle or something. I don't know, or like a special fight song. Yeah, gym leader music incredibly good. Like, it's just fucking god tier. Scarecrow. Boss number 1. Oh yeah, this is a plot detail I actually like. Coming up in a bit. I think I've actually mentioned it before in one of these streams. Oh yeah, I guess I should say, because it doesn't let you replay. Well, it sort of does, but not really. It basically is telling this farrier chasing after the AR team, the story characters. So they got like almost had the leader of AR team M4A1, and you know they slipped the loop. Yeah, looking for the AR team, trying to find them. AR team gave them the loop and was split up. so they're just like going after anyone who is nearby, trying to find them, basically. Oh wait, no, the plot point isn't actually until after you beat Scarecrow, I think. I forget. It's been ages since I've done anything in Chapter 1 that wasn't just 1-1 to, like, fill the level quota whenever I was close to it but couldn't be bothered doing another full map for cores or whatever. Doesn't matter, she'll leave intel, go get her. Okay. So that's as clear as obviously just along the bottom. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, the whole controversy and all the shitting and absolutely abject stupidity about Pokemon Sword and Shield is, like, tragic that it landed on this one. Like, it feels like everyone is just, well, I say everyone, like, it feels like lots of people are just tripping over themselves to, like, bitch at it for, like, literally any reason. I've seen people going, like, oh, like, you can tell it's a really rushed and shit game because there's pop-in, like, things fade in. It's kind of like, welcome to Switch video games, my friend. And what, like, they didn't have enough time to, like, really optimize it, so this is what you're gonna get. This thing is barely more powerful than a Wii U. Like, that's just gonna happen. More to the point, it's not even like ugly popping where the game staggers and then just grunts something into existence. Like, it is genuinely just, okay. Like, something, like, fairly cleanly, so, like, just, like, fades into existence as you draw near, and it's just like, congrats, it's gonna happen until they get things refined, get their hand, like, you know, find a way around their engine and all that sort of shit. And it wouldn't be happening if they had more time, but no one bitching about this seems intent on blaming the Pokemon companies. Like, restrictive budgeting and time scheduling and all the rest of it. Because, you know, why do that? When you could just scream at the people who have no other option. Flash out. Yeah, they really don't. I'm actually gonna apply a caveat to that. I'm gonna say that Nintendo fans are worse about it than normal. And, like, hear me out on this one. While there was, like, you know, there are people who, like, you know, would bend the knee and, like, just suck the living shit out of Boot whenever, like, the, you know, the stuff about, like, BioWare being massive crunch factories, Rockstar being massive crunch factories, all, like, the crunch stories coming out, there were always people going, oh, well, they shouldn't have, they do, like, they must like it, or, like, oh, it's not a problem, or oh, it was worth it, or all the other bootlicking shit that just justifies publishers being hideously inhuman and horribly, like, just terrible about everything they do. But then we get to Pokemon and it's blown up and saying, like, oh, Game Freak alone are, like, the single worst sinners in this whole thing. It's not even, like, I feel like it would be incorrect to blame Nintendo, but they're not even doing that, which would make more sense because Nintendo are the publisher. Like, they're just completely ignoring the multi-billion-dollar massive consortium that exists solely to, like, just have a fucking, you know, like, vice grip on the control of this IP. Like, it exists for no other reason but to milk as much money as possible out of this IP and keep it, like, just chundering along in this big empirical march. But, you know, don't blame that. Don't even think about that. It has to be the small developer studio who very clearly just don't want to have, just, you know, don't want to put money or time into their work at all. No, clearly. They absolutely don't want to do that. Why would they? Like, clearly they're the ones deciding they need to release a game every single year, and not the thing that's going like, okay, we have an anime series on a giant, like, multi-pile of, like, merch lines all lined up for, like, this exact launch and season. You know, like, just ignore them. It's fine. It's because, like, you know. Yeah, I know, there's also that too. Like, they had to deal with, like, their most recent, like, actual home thing, just getting shit on, just getting, like, bad reviews, and also just getting mostly ignored, honestly. Which is, like, that's just tragic. And I feel like that's actually a bit of a side effect of them just not having the time, because, like, you know, they weren't given as much time for, like, a Pokemon game as they would like. So they had, you know, like, less time and resources for their own little thing. Like, look what happened. Like, this just, it came out with, like, you know, like, a bit of a mess. It didn't have a lot of design or whatever in it. Like, the combat system, like, was just awkward and janky, I heard, and all the rest of it. When the price comes down, I might get it out of morbid curiosity, because, you know, I'm interested to see what they can do outside of the thing they've been bound to by this hell agreement that they probably wouldn't take up these days. For all the money and all in it. Or all the, well, I was gonna say fame, but it's infamy now, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, it really is, like, these days, it just seems like Nintendo fans in general, because there's the Waluigi thing with Smash. There's just a lot of things with Smash, really. Yeah, Giga Wrecker was, like, pretty nice. It was janky, but I find it very charming. So I really do think that it was just, like, they didn't have as much time for Town as they would have liked, essentially. That or, like, whatever development problem... Well, actually, that's probably it, isn't it? The development problems that hit Pokemon Sword probably drew resources away from Town. Like... Because, you know, when, like, once, like, the model thing began going, they had to take people off that project. Like, ah, fuck it, like, all hands on deck. We aren't allowed to get an extension to Pokemon. We need to put that out as best we can. And, you know, here we are. Oops. This is, like, the first sizable map in the whole campaign. With, you know, first boss. Look at her and her adorable 500. But you can still do it with just one echelon. Provided you don't fuck about. You just go in a straight line to the command post. Fight the boss on the way if you must. You know, like... It probably is, like, that is probably what happened with the town. Like, it just had to, like, it just, you know, had, like, developers taking off, or animators, or, you know, designers and shit taking off it to get Pokemon as, like, filled with shit as possible to get it out the door. And, you know, like how that's done. Like, the fanbase still screeched and cried and whinged about it. It's a crying shame. I keep hearing people say shit like, oh, like Game Freak shouldn't be the only Pokemon developers anymore. We should give it to different studios, and it's kind of like, what will that solve? Like, okay, you'll get into like a Call of Duty situation where like meaningful advancements to the series or anything will only happen like every 3 years because the main studio who had actually like advanced this shit has been like punted to the back, and you're still just gonna get more or less like clone games stamped out in the meantime. Honestly, I don't think it will. Like, I've already seen like images of people pointing out that like lots of the, like several of the people who've been like completing Full Tilt saying this is the worst thing ever and I'm never gonna buy or play it, have bought it and played it. It's like that, you know, it's like that famous image of like the Modern Warfare 2 boycott on Steam or whatever, because like, oh, it didn't have servers. And then most of them were playing it day one anyway. Because that's just how that goes. Like, People are just animals like that. Not many of them have like the spider will to just give the thing up, and especially if they don't play a lot of other games, like they're not gonna just give it up, they're just gonna jump in anyway. And try and like rationalize it later or get very pissy about it being pointed out, and it's kinda like, well, this is the bed you made. But I think like on like the grand scale, like nah, I don't think its sales will be as affected because like I mean like A, it's Pokemon, and B, like all of Nintendo's stuff on Switch has been selling better than it did on 3DS. Like there's been a general uptick in like their performance with the Switch, so like yeah, they're back on form. Not that they were really off form like after at the 3DS XL launch, they were back on form with the 3DS, but they've now improved it with the Switch, basically. I'm a fucking language master today. Smash YouTube account has a new private video. Something which has happened before and YouTube predicts an announcement. Calling it direct this or next week. When's the Game Awards? Game Awards is first week of December, isn't it? Like, we're close enough to that it might be held off to that. Although I think you may well be right, like a direct this or next week. It's only not going to be this week because of Pokemon. Okay, yeah. Fair enough, actually. They wouldn't want to detract this. You might be onto something, because like, thinking about it, it's kind of like, they usually do have an end of year direct, don't they? Usually one last thing to be like, push a bunch of stuff for Christmas and like, give some tidbits for what's coming immediately after Christmas, like the January, February, March, pardon me. December, March. Oh yeah, we have this shit-hammered Scarecrow. Rip. You'll get to see what she does like later on. Basically, she floats up in space. I don't think they have like I'm pretty sure Pokemon is the big game for Christmas. That's usually how it goes. Like you release the big Christmas one mid-November, so it claims all of its November sales, and then in the run-up to Christmas, it gets snatched up again as everyone who couldn't get it at the start will get it over Christmas. That's why like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Assassin's Creed, all the rest of them would pile on in November usually. So that's the run up to Christmas. I mean, that's also when Black Friday happens. Like that's next week, isn't it? Not next week, week after, something like that. It's a roundabout somewhere there. Like Black Friday means lots of hardware sales, and that will mean like a lot of software sales in turn. Two weeks from now, yeah. That's what they aim for, because that is like the Christmas sales period, essentially. Rip. Scarecrow on the right getting a revenge. IDW on the left because she's here, just for mocking. The top of the digital sales chart. Yep, there you go. This is the plot point I was on about. This is a really neat take, I think, on the whole, like, can robots lie, or should robots be programmed to lie? Which is basically, they can, but, a computer can only lie by, like, scrambling shit to a certain degree, and then, just on top of the truth. Like, how can it really lie without being programmed to have, like, a fixed lie thing already in it? And that will become it's very easy to get around when you just keep asking questions and eventually just poke your way through it. Three different sets of false intel and find common factors. It's very smart. I really like that. The fact that this is a feature of the AI, though, is kind of like, You know, it's kind of like, why is that, like, something you have, like, you would, you know, try and sort out? This is a thing that doesn't, like, as Hellion doesn't really address a lot of Sanguinis ringleaders after this kind of gets dropped, but they really have contempt for humans in particular. Which, you know, explains their whole conquest thing, but, yeah. Given some later developments, I'm surprised it's like, oh, they'll just, you know, kill this one here. Or she blows herself up, isn't it? Yeah, she blows herself up. Probably like another ringleader, Elliot. That's how that goes. Bang. This is a line that makes a lot more sense in makes a lot more sense after like Operation Cube in particular, where they specify that the Sanguinis ringleaders A have emotions and B all really care for each other to make them actually like interact and, you know, plan and cooperate and act better. Which is really nice to see, instead of the AI going like all emotions are terrible. The AI is actually utilizing them to benefit itself. Right, the emergency chapter. For the first several chapters, the emergency ones are usually just basically little like backfill or side story stuff, which, yeah, you retread the maps while getting like a little just extra plot details, nothing in, or like foreshadowing and shit, like nothing particularly meaty. Later on, like chapter stories start spilling across both, where like you'll do the normal chapters and then it'll say, okay, continued in the emergency stories. That starts kicking in around chapters 7 or 8, I think. One of the two of them. Right now, we're just still on training, quote unquote. You know, might as well. I might as well just tap through this nicely. I'm not focused on babbling about Pokemon as much right now. It starts from the first real map, which is 1-3. 1-1-E, as it's called. These designations are N, E, and M for normal emergency at midnight. Or just night in English. Oh, the M designation is still used in the English, like, the English fan base, I guess. English player base is probably better to say. There's a holdover from people who are playing on like the Chinese and Korean servers. The 60 FPS really shines when, because I have this also, I put it to the TV when I have it feeding through the capture card, and slight coloration differences. It looks a lot shinier and a bit blurrier on the TV because of the mismatch between I say blurrier, fuzzier is the better term, because of the mismatch between like iPads mad colors versus the television's more restrained ones. I should see about getting some mad Super TV at some point and see if it actually lines up. I don't remember if any like actual important plot details come in the middle of this, so we might as well just stick on Chapter 1 emergency anyway. It's basically, didn't mean to tap through that fast, but it's basically just do your first mission all over again. Yeah, same deal basically. Welcome back, Hammer. It's kind of thing where, like, if they did have a direct next week, I wonder what they'd talk about. I don't doubt there'll be appearances from, like, Trials of Mana, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, that's, like, January. Probably, like, DLC or whatever the fuck for... I don't know, does Luigi Mansion do to get, like, multiplayer DLC maps or anything? I don't think so. Stuff like that. I know you said on Twitter, like, you said it's entirely possible that, like, because the Xbox just got... Yeah, I would be surprised if it did. You never know, I guess. But you mentioned on, yeah, Fire Emblem DLC would be one. Well, we have just launched and have another one to go. Because, like, the Xbox show this week, like, yesterday or the day before. It was the day before because it was when I was streaming Blasphemous. Revealed that the entire Kingdom Hearts collections are coming to the Xbox. Which makes you think, like, oh shit, could we get them on Switch? And I guess if a direct does happen, like, now would be the time to announce that, basically. And while I'm not sure Sora would get in as a Smash rep, it is possible, but I do think they already did, like, Dragon Quest, that Square Enix got 2 reps, so I doubt they get Sora in, because that would probably also require negotiating with Disney on some level. And while Disney are, like, quite, actually quite, like, weirdly, like, hands-off and free when it comes to Kingdom Hearts, mostly, I doubt they would go that far. It's all half Sicilian, I'm aware. Oops, pardon me. Honestly, I don't know who the final rep could be for, like, the first Smash Fighters Pass. Never mind who the next 5 are. I don't know about that, Hellion. You might. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. Like, the SNK thing was a wide surprise. There was, like, a little bit of precedent when, you know, like, Nintendo had been very clearly talking to SNK and been talking them up. And SNK had been backing up, like, putting a lot of the recent stuff on Switch. Like, Samurai Showdown is still due to come. Fucking, you know, like, SNK Heroines got a Switch port entirely because Nintendo Europe negotiated to get one. Which is still funny to me. The Nintendo Europe were like, hey, yeah, we want that. Like, you're making, like, a fucking titty fighter? Yeah, give us that. We'll take it. So, you know, like, and there was also that SNK arcade collection thing got on Switch and all as well. So there was precedent to that. And I'm thinking, I've been racking my head going, like, okay, well, who else? Because a lot of them have been, like, outside bets. It hasn't been following that whole pattern of, like, oh, they're filling out, making sure everyone has 2 reps like I thought it was initially after after Persona 5, which is technically a Sega rep. I'm trying to think, like, okay, who would be the outside bet now? Because they made Banjo happen, so, like, the fucking sky is the limit. Microsoft actually went, like, yeah, fucking do it. And I guess that was also part of the whole, like, cooperation thing with their, you know, Xbox Live integrated on Switch for games Microsoft have published on Switch, which is a thing. Bandai Namco would make sense because they are the co-developers of the game still. So Bandai Namco getting another rep would make the most sense. I guess following the pattern, maybe it could be a Tekken rep or a Soul Calibur rep after all. Soul Calibur would make more sense because Link was in that. You know, that has more of a tie, but you know, Tekken is the bigger one. From right, Tekken 7 is actually currently the biggest fighting game on the planet, I think. A lot of people think Lloyd. That would be a fine choice. Tales of Symphonia is often it was on PS2 as well, but it is often remembered primarily as a big GameCube game. I prefer Agumon. That'd be neat. That'd be funny. That would be a trip. Like, Digimon getting into Smash would be a fucking trip, because then you'd have Pokemon versus Digimon mid-rail. Though if it was a Namco Bandai rep and I had to bet, I would actually bet Soul Calibur. Like, there are a lot of good canons. Like, Digimon would be fucking funny. Tales, specifically Tales of Symphonia, has like good odds. Tekken is, given the pattern of other fighting game series characters getting in, would be like, you know, probably the higher priority pick, even though I think Soul Calibur would be the more fitting one. Well, it wouldn't be Ivy, because as we've learned from my not getting even like a cameo appearance, Ivy absolutely would not get in the fucking door. Fucking who? If it was a Soul Calibur up, who would it be? I guess it'd be Siegfried or like Yoshimitsu. I'm saying, I've had the bet if he one of them too. Oh, it just fucking happened one day. They just rocked up and began blowing shit up. Just like trying to spot like in the background. The back right, that's just another Scarecrow, which is funny to me. Her in the middle right, we haven't actually seen her yet, I don't think. I think that's Dreamer's hand coming out from behind Scarecrow. That's Agent in the front left. I'm trying to like notice like any specific ones here that we've actually I've actually seen in the game yet. The front line is fucking miles away. If I had to take like, an outside bet for who would be in Smash for like Fighters Pass 5, it would probably be a Koei Tecmo rep. Because Nintendo have also been extremely friendly with them for years. Like, you know, there's Hyrule Warriors, there's Fire Emblem Warriors. Fatal Frame is like basically Nintendo exclusive now. Koei Tecmo have always been quite fond of releasing like Switch and you know, like Nintendo ports of their stuff. Like the Atelier games have been coming out on Switch constantly. Like Ryu Hayabusa, that he would be a good fit. Like he would. Ninja Gaiden, especially like the more recent Ninja Gaidens, is exactly the sort of like fast-paced mental shit that would actually fit in with Smash quite well. Far too violent and gory to be fully represented, but it would fit. Funny as it would fucking be for like, you know, having the fucking scythe from Ninja Gaiden 2 and just fucking cutting heads off of it. But you know, it can be obviously toned down. Alright, chapter 2. We're in pursuit of M4A1. Yeah, like, Ryu would be a good fit. I was talking about that. I just remembered that there is a Fatal Frame assist trophy in like Smash Ultimate, so we have our bit of precedent even. And like Koei Tecmo have been like more cooperative with Nintendo than even Namco have been. So like, it's bound to be like a. It's gotta be like a rep from them, surely. It'd be fucking funny to me if it was an Italia rep. That would just be great. It would actually also work because of all the items you make in that series and like can use as weapons and attack items and shit. Like co-op attacks. I guess it would have to be, if not the newest one, Ryza, then probably like Verona, because the Yarland trilogy is like the most popular current. I say trilogy, it's a quadrilogy now. The Yarland series is the most popular. The Atelier one's going right now. Well, maybe. People are very fond of Ryza. You know what I would want? Because I know it would annoy people, but it would tickle me because I both like and I'm kind of fond of the games, but also I would also love that it would annoy people. Dynasty Warriors rep. Like, just do it. Just fucking do it. Dynasty Warriors rep. I don't care who. Just put your fucking like mad ass version of someone from the Romance of Three Kingdoms into Smash. Just do it. I would laugh my ass off forever. Make it Lubu. Put Lubu in Smash. Just do it. That would be fucking great. Yeah, he's a big spear boy. he's the one who early game you're told do not fight him because he will just kill you outright. And if you try to fight him, he kills you outright no matter what. Do not pursue Lubu. Oh, that's true. He's not an anime sword fighter, so he wouldn't be hit. People, oh, that would be like also great though. People would finally get like the spear user they've been clamoring for. Probably should have picked a beefier one, but you know, might as well just have them there. So I'm pretty sure that that will move on to the thing next turn, but you know. This actually does illustrate something I quite like, but I'm sure off a lot. How when you've got like fewer numbers of T-dolls and like, you know, they haven't got all their body links, the camera for fights is zoomed in a lot closer, and gradually zooms out more and more as you get more and more links and more bodies on the field. It's a neat retouch. It's something you kind of forget about when you have all your fucking X4, X5 teams everywhere. I genuinely think like a Dynasty Warriors fighter would be A, fucking funny, but B, also like piss a lot of people off. Just because, you know, we saw how there were like a lot of people reacted like fucking, well, like most people were actually genuinely happy with like Terry getting in. Like the amount of people were going like, this isn't a real, like, why is this in here instead of a more relevant game and all the other shit. So there's like, you know, someone screaming for like fucking Waddle Dee instead of like anything else. Oh yeah, the guy on the left here is Boss Man. He is the kingpin of the company. If you want it, oh boy, do it. What have you cooked up? Gino would garner this so much. You're kind of right. There are a lot of people would actually be like mad. No, people. I mean, yeah, people who would hate him because of the meme status, and like in large part because he's been associated with like whiners. Is that a guy? Yeah, a guy exists. They exist. Also, fucking look at him. He's a bearded motherfucker. As we'll see, actually, quite a lot of guys exist, which is surprising for one of these things. Does he like cats? That face she makes. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention but forgot, but when you clear chapter 1, you get handed Scorpion, the T-Doll you were rescuing at the end of it. Like, she joins your team at the end of that. So you hand her for free. She's a good unit to have for like the first half of the game. Especially now Girls Frontline is actually pretty good about giving you, as you progress, like a lot of like relevant and good T-Dolls. So you actually don't need to rely on rolling as much as you would for other stuff. I'm going to level up. Fucking rifles, man. How much accuracy she has left to go? It's Echelon 4. Come back. Accidentally poked her. Whoops. Gather all my shit. That's not Spas, you traitor. I mean, like, Spas's next costume comes out next week. I have like 400 tokens lined up just for it. Also, 416 was the first wife, to be fair. Give me the shit. Why did you go to city? God damn it. I have given you hamsters, tactical hamsters, to make you go to the wasteland so I can get cores. Look at him, he wiggles for his life. Also, go out into the wasteland. I'm not even kidding. Like, I give them hamsters to make them, like, wait towards going to wastelands. Like this one. Let's just see what the first event is. Wooden Heist didn't find anything in it. Rip. Well, I can actually get a core. Nothing. I can't get anything yet anyway, but nothing I want has been added. Has been confirmed. See, like, I'm gonna think about it. The fact that they have like a second Fighters Pass lined up means they already know who they're getting. Like, the deal has already been done. So I'm trying to think, like, who have Nintendo been like working with for close to nigh to get like their shit in. And while, like, an obvious answer is they could fill slots with some of their own characters, like, of course. I'm just kind of... The third-party stuff tends to cause bigger waves. Like, that's the sparks more interest, so they're going to swing for more of those. I'm trying to think, like, who could it be? Like, how are they going to fill, like, another 5 slots? Like, who else are they reaching for? And there's some, like, obviously I want, like, the one, like, a wonderful 101 representative. Doom guy. That would be fantastic. I would actually die if Doom guy got in. I would love that. And it would fit because he's very important to, like, video game history. And we already have, like, 2 Western design characters in. Both, you know, like, the 2 rare ones, but, like, you know, they already had Nintendo designs, but, like, we still have 2 of them. And a wonderful 101 rep would be great. Travis Touchdown would be fucking great. That would make people especially mad because he's another sword man. But I would love it. A Monster Hunter fighter would be rad. I think there was a Monster Hunter rep in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom, or they were intending to have one. I forget if they actually did get one or not, because that game died very fast. So an actual Monster Hunter rep in Smash would be great. Especially with how important that series was to the 3DS, in particular, and how prominent it is now. Monster Hunter would, like, also work quite well. I've been feeling the buzz, by the way. Like, I'm currently playing like Pokemon Death Stranding and all that, but I do intend to, like, do bits of Monster Hunter World in my own time. So I'm going, like, I want to play it. I want to play Monster Hunter World. I want to play it. Like, fucking, like, the fucking January's, like, release of Iceborne for PC can't come soon enough, basically. No worries. Dinner at 8:45. You're not late today, are you? I mean, look at her. She is scared. Look who it is. Do I shoot them? And instead of going, no, it's like, how should I know? Like, don't fucking shoot at one of your own. No wonder M4A1 is like a fucking, like, anxious, nervous little wreck of a thing. This won't make us tactics, it's just, yeah, we gotta take on off our last mission, so it's just get paid well for just, you know, crushing basically, oh, guerrilla squads and whatever. squads looking for M4A1, but we don't know that. This is like technically the other map. Well, there is this. The first map of Chapter 2 is like the one where you technically need 2 echelons. You can do it at 1 by just like guarding your base and just like killing everything that comes near. This is the first map where like having 2 echelons is a distinct benefit, and you basically need it. Because you can play guard dog, but you won't really get anywhere because there is like a airport here that will keep spawning an enemy. The amount of enemies on the map, you will take ages to actually get towards it. Whereas if you just use 2 echelons, you can just immediately run to the command post and that's it. Game over. That took a little bit. Also, I knew it. The cutscene had her named as FNFNC, and I was kind of like, that doesn't seem right. Like, I thought it was FFNC, because I kept calling her that. It is FFFNC. I knew I wasn't crazy. I know my little nugget. I know what she does. All of this team, like, Tokarev is getting a costume in the Dark Fantasy banner that's coming up with Singularity. The one which also has Spaz's new costume. And I want to get Spaz's new costume so bad. I'll probably end up getting Tokarev's as I go. But Ingram and Ryby Rolls don't have any costumes, and that makes me sad. So let's say they don't get the love. Like, Ryby Rolls is like regularly used as a buffer in like the meta and shit. And Ingram did on the Chinese server actually get like an equipment in the Expedition Black Market shop, which actually like boosts her evasion by like an R20 or so, or like an R30 or whatever, which is like pretty rad. Can't wait for that to get transplanted over here so I can like keep using her, give her like a much better, because it's a thing that gives her evasion but it isn't actually an exoskeleton. It's like a muzzle brick or something. I forget what it is. Some like gun add-on that gives her evasion. So poor tiny MP5. Paired with just a fucking MG. You really should be able to take Executioner. You really should just start shooting. The size of that fucking sword, though. I keep forgetting that M4's bandana is like a skull bandana. It's a proper fucking modern warfare gruff soldier man style skull bandana on a tiny like soft little teddy bear of a person. A little cinnamon roll, as you were. You really should try shooting. And him, like a machine gun, absolutely could take Executioner. Like, it has to specify sigh of relief. Just in case you didn't get it. Fucking Thomas's costume, though. The art for it is like one of the raddest like costume arts in the game, in my opinion. I'm gonna need to clear my nose. Give me a sec. $16 lab or The ones that just make all of your shit. The ferry, the T-Dolls, their guns, the ferries, all the equips, all of it. Basically. Oh, if only they would actually make me more 5-star equipment for my T-Dolls, that would be great. But no, only like a special 16 labs branded piece of ammo every like 5 events. You can just eat shit otherwise. Which reminds me, I still need to do the night, the like quests for like the night quests to give you like a 5-star armor piercing ammo at the end of it, because I need 1 or 2 for more rifles. Armor a sec. There we go. Alright. Oops. And this is the one map. Oops. That was in the way. Up and to the left. And around, and then 2 more walks, and there you go. You can make it to there before any of them even begin to threaten your command post, as long as you take the higher path. Oh, FAL was fucking MVP that time. Surprise, surprise. Only in very certain low-level enemy combinations does SAA actually become like MVP. That's just how handguns go. It's basically like everyone else like shoots and either misses or like leaves stuff half alive, and she manages to finish them all for people. It does base MVP based more on like damage dealt, but it's basically like the way damage is dealt, like calculations let her sneak it essentially. You will eventually see like a whole bunch of maps that need to do Silver Force though. I just have those to be like chapter 8 and 9. I basically haven't done it because A, hard, and B, it's expensive because there's a lot of ground to cover and a lot of enemies to fight. I'm stockpiling my crap for the next build event, which is the raid up for AN94 and AK12. It'll be next weekend actually. Which, you know, I will stream that. You know, I want to summon that stream luck to help me. I've invoked it like fucking what, 3 times now, and it's worked each time, or at least, yeah, no, 3 times now, because there's the 2 build events and then also the AUG rescue event grinding. It saved me all 3 times. So I say saved me. Like, P9 tech got fucking instantly. Yeah, it's helped me all 3 times, or be better saying. Saved me a lot. Helped the other 2 just helped. I feel like it's gonna be necessary because both AN and AK are ultra rares. Like they are equivalent to P90 and all in rarity and contender in rarity specifically. And it would be like the AR class that gets 2 ultra rares instead of just 1, wouldn't it? You need more like SMGs and shit in here. There's pretty sick. Fingerprints on the screen, they annoy me. Wait a second. Okay. Finish the job. I do see a little shadow in the dark. Hello. What's up with you, Luigi? Hmm? Hiding out of reach, of course. Pardon me, making stupid noises at my cat drank water and just kind of like opened my mouth ever so slightly to make it flutter. He's a boss that cares. Hour and a half in and we're only on fucking chapter 2. See if we can make this roll a wee bit faster. I mean, I expected like I was gonna be here for longer than usual. That was like just a guarantee because there's a lot. But like fucking, yeah, even at 10x, this is actually like giving you a reasonable amount of time to read. Like, you know, for blinds are long anyway. Let me kick it down to 9 just. Oops. Let's kick it down to 9, yeah, I'll do. Maybe 8. It's making it presentable on top of doing it auto. I mean, I really should just be tapping through myself, but then... Okay, well, what if I accidentally double tap and skip lines and shit? It is imperfect, even though I could do a lot faster. But then it's trying to like match my read speed instead of whatever the game presumes. And also just incredibly powerful T-Dog. You keep talking up your combat tactical ability, but let's be real. It's your T-Dolls. Oh wait, this is the same one. Oops, sorry. My bad. Misclicked. What's up with you? Why are you just sitting here in the shadows? Hmm? Tail lifts up and then slaps. Hey, Persica has like cat ears and also really fucking loves cats. She, on top of being like the head researcher and like the personal designer of the AR team, she also made IDW and basically is implied to have like been directly in control of the development of every other Tito that has cat ears or animal ears. It's funny. It is all that they don't just tell us what we're looking for. Nothing important. It would help though if we just had an idea of what we were looking for. You don't have to tell us what or why, like what for or why or anything. You could just tell us what it is. This is absolutely a map where you need at least 2 echelons because you need someone to play base defense. Maybe you could chance it like getting a thing like a single one to the base by yourself. What's it look like? 1 to no, you could. No, wait, I'm thinking of another map like this of a similar layout where it's like you're in the middle of a big wide map, you have to get up to your top left to an enemy. And that enemy is like that's a later map actually. It's a similar layout to this, but a bit more complicated. Now it's one where you need like someone to be playing base defense while a main attack force runs ahead. Even then, I would say it's actually more worth it to take this heliport than spawn someone in on base if you somehow aren't going to make it to. I guess if you're going for S rank, you'd have to like fight some more shit, so you need someone. You need to stall for like a turn or whatever. So I hear my son meowing downstairs, so I'm going to go see if he wants fed. He came in, he sat here looking at me, and he does it. He doesn't meow at me. He meows to my mom when he wants fed, but he doesn't meow to me. I don't know why. So I will leave you with this cutscene. Be right back. Yeah. I'm not sure. Some research data. Oh god, don't make me sneeze. Should put my headphones back on the charger. Yep. Certain agreements. Get her, don't ask questions. So yeah, that cutscene actually lasted a while. So I went down, I checked the cat's bowl, emptied the food that was in it because it was only like half of one and he didn't seem to like it. Gave him a new one, dumped the stuff, came back up, and I also washed his bowl in the middle of that. And the cutscene was still going. So he's actually like longer than I realized. That would explain why we're like an hour 40. Oh, pardon me. Oh, hang on. Oh god, the burps. Alright, go wreck Executioner and save M4. This is a 1 echelon map. If you have an echelon strong enough to fight Executioner, you're good, you can do it. Well, Executioner plus 1 or 2 echelons. Which, you know, are nothing, nigh. But if you're at the level where you're doing this map, it might be a bit tricky. Do this map for the first time, I should specify. Welcome back, Cameron. Cat is plucking the stairs. I don't know why he's just got fed, but I guess he's doing it just because. Nowadays he's doing it to try and get to the living room, because I learned that cats hate closed doors of any kind, so the door being closed it aggravates him, even if he doesn't necessarily want in. Don't fret about the command post being like threatening within circles, because you know you will kill her and take theirs first, so you win. I think we saw a bit of this when I was like, wait, did I do that on stream? No, that was Bison in the rescue event. I didn't do that on stream because that was all on stream. Yeah, this is one of the rescue event grind maps, so it is just that efficient and simple. You don't see M4 taunting enemies a lot. He's usually too soft-spoken to do that. Gamble. I didn't expect him to actually do anything. Hang on a sec. Put this on auto. The noise I was hearing was the cat hacking up a hairball and then trying to bury it against the floor. Which is to say, just scraping the floor and pretending he's burying it. The stream was cursed. No, I was hearing things. Cats, man, yeah. Just cats, man. Fuck the auto, I'm just gonna take over tab. I'm not asking you to do bad things. Parts retrieval. Go pick up corpses and pieces of corpses. So an explanation for why you have to refight a boss. Yeah, same deals before, just get in, get out. I mean, I will say this. At least, like, Luigi went into the bathroom to do it. Like, he didn't do it on the carpet, and he went into the bathroom. Didn't exactly go in a corner, but he went in, like, out of the way and did it, like, slightly out of view behind, like, not behind stuff, but just out of the way. So, you know, like, we didn't even have to teach him to do that. He always seems to have this instinct to, like, not do it on carpets, at least. Which is nice. He always seems to go for tiles. So there's that. So I can't be mad at him. I mean, it's a hairball. Like, what are you gonna do? It's a cat. I mean, you can't be mad at cats for hairballs. I will question his attempts to bury it on the floor. It's like he can't do it because he's just scratching the floor, but he did try to bury it. Which, like... Okay, like, you know, he is a wee bit feral because he was on his own for at least a few weeks of his life. But still. Why do you keep trying to bury these things in the house? You madman. Oh yeah, completing mission 2-6, like beating the boss of chapter 2, gets M4 into your team. You're now the trusted commander, which I think is said in that cutscene, but I had forgotten, and also I was cleaning a cat's hairball. For what it's worth, like, in contrast to a lot of mobile and gacha games, the characters you're given in Girls Frontline story are all actually really good. I've already mentioned before that as a team, they actually make up like a really good team just of their own. But also just by themselves, they are like actually exemplar units. Like M4 in particular is a high, even before her mod 3 upgrade, which is coming with Singularity, she's actually like a top tier unit. Like, she is high DPS, high stats. She can, but her buff field isn't like SMGs, it's other ARs, and she does it in like a whole radius around her, which makes her like basically a really super good support unit, on top of just being a really good attacking unit. Like, it's a really nice, and like each of the AR team are all like that. AR-15 is also getting a mod 3 with Singularity, and she's already a very good AR, but she becomes like one of the top DPS units in the game with her upgrade. Shit like that, like it's just nice to see after like Fire Emblem Heroes, where the characters you're given in the story are all just a bit pants. Well, you know, like the 3 royals of the thing are a bit shit. They're only actually worth, like, they're only ever worth anything when it's their alts for holidays. In contrast to last time, you actually want to go to the lower right, because, you know, fuck him. But yeah, like, in contrast to that, it's nice to see. Like, Grand Blue is kind of the same, where, like, at least, maybe they get, like, story upgrades later, but all the story characters you're given in Grand Blue are all just kind of, at least when you get them, like, there was, like, over 100 fucking chapters in that game of story. I only got through, like, fucking 20 before I was like, okay. Like, maybe, like, you get added, like, a lot of like, really good characters later, I don't know. I'm pretty sure all of Grand Blue's top characters are all gacha ones. That, I'm not even pretty sure, I know that for a fact. With the exception of the Eternals, who are, like, ultra rare, super hard to get unlockable units, where you have to jump through, like, 50 hoops and play for, like, a good 100 hours of grinding materials and shit to get one of them. The process becomes faster after having gotten one of them, but you still have to do that just to get one of them. It's ridiculous. The Eternals and Grand Blue are fucking mad. Because, like, to get them, you have to, like, you need to get, there's an event called Unite and Fight, where it's, like, you know, you fight bosses for, you know, like, tokens that you use to, like, get random items. And one of, like, those random items, among those random items, there is a weapon which you get to select at the start of the event. Like, it isn't like, oh, you get handed these random. There's, like, 10 weapons. They're, like, number thing weapon, like 4 sky blues, for instance. You pick, like, okay, I want the 4 sky blues, so that will be your random drop weapon in that event, that instance of Unite and Fight. You need to get that weapon 4 times so you can uncap it, like, you know, bring its level cap up to max. You then need to level it up to max. You then need to upgrade the weapon to its next form. You then need to, like, I think, what is it? It's not do that process again, it stays uncapped. But you need to, like, get to a certain map or point in the story or something where you can, like, grind the materials it needs to upgrade to, there's, like, a whole spread of, it can be, like, any element. Like, from that point you get to pick an element for it, but you need to pick the right element, because you need, like, for the 4 sky blade, you need to pick, like, dark. So you need to upgrade it all into the dark tree, and then from the dark tree form, you need to upgrade it once more to its final form, and then you unlock the fight against the Eternal, and then you can fight the Eternal, and then you can get them. And then you need to, you know, like, level them up, uncap them, upgrade all their stats and shit to make them, like, into the god tier unit they are. And there are 10 Eternals. And in and around all this, there's also, you need to, like, use other shit you get from Unite and Fight to upgrade the shop. Upgrade the smith thing that upgrades weapons, so it can actually upgrade the Eternal weapons, so you can actually do this whole process to do it. And you also need to use, like, various fairly rare, or at least, you know, yeah, basically the entirety of Grand Blue is, like, grinding for materials, and in itself I wouldn't mind that so much in like a turn-based JRPG style thing if it wasn't also a gacha game. And also, you know, it wasn't just like a browser thing and not like an actual game I could sit and play on a console or whatever. But I had like an actual, like, the story I heard, you know, the event stories are all really good in Grand Blue, and I do adore Grand Blue's art, it's really fucking good. But the main story for the first 20 chapters is very repetitious and isn't very interesting. And there's over 100 chapters of that fucking thing, I think over 150 now. Like, it's a massive time sink in a lot of ways. It's basically designed to be a mad grind. And that's fine every now and then, but it, you know, my speed is more this. There's more, you know, Girls Frontline, where there are grinding events and shit, but that's entirely optional. You literally don't need to do it. It's only if you want to get, like, all of the units. Like, I really wanted all, because on top of being a super good unit, she's also just hyper rare, and that's just me going like, she pretty, I want. There's enough shit in here where you never need to do that, you just can. Whereas in Grand Blue, like, you actually do kind of need to do that shit, because a lot of, like, the super high-end content is actually, like, insane ultra stat bullshit, where you basically need all the super powerful broken units to actually just play them. Like, there was that raid in it where, like, there's a boss with several tens of millions of HP, and his whole gimmick is you need, like, a team of players, each with a different elemental team, and they all need to be able to do over like 30 million, not 30 million, like 30,000 or 300,000 of their elements damage every turn to be able to actually like advance the fight and deal enough damage to him. Otherwise, he will just inflict some sort of status effect and end the fight after 10 turns and kill everyone, or some shit like that. It's that sort of super ridiculous, ultra bullshit tier that makes MMOs look reasonable. That's what the end game of Grand Blue is like. So hello, Amanda. I'm just lazy. Thanks, Persica. I feel like you should be concerned that the sentence refers to her gun droid as a child, but it's also kind of appropriate. Oh, back we go. Eat. Actually, still isn't that. I mean, that's good at least. I'm at least filling out her stat meter. Hello, Spas. Fucking berserk armored costume on Tuesday, like fucking. I'm hoping I get that. I've played this part of the game before. Like, we're not gonna get to anything new for like probably several hours, honestly. I mean, like I'm only in the chapter 2 and it's been 2 hours. Like, that's how long some of the cutscenes actually are, and I didn't realize that on my replay. I might actually just skip over the Arctic Warfare one then, because it's not strictly necessary for the plot. I already, like, the main story basically gives you the Cliff Notes version of it anyway, so. Yeah, like, basically I'm just playing through, like, the whole story just so... A, just so I have it for the channel, essentially, and B, you know, why not? I've only played the story in fragments before now. By fragments, I mean as I've just been doing chapters, like, ages apart, just as I've been able to do them. And the story so far is the evil android AI faction want Special Tito M4. We got her, there's there. So now it's just finding the rest of her team and making sure nothing bad happens. Spoilers, bad things happen. Boop, boop, boop. Boo. Just doing the mission. Applause, applause. I should probably actually try and remember if each emergency chapter is actually relevant yet, and then start skipping the ones that aren't. Just because, again, we are like 2 hours in. I didn't actually expect like to be further in by 2 hours. It's longer than I remember. Yeah, same deal as usual, just to fucking run through enemy base and kill. Actually, I don't know if it does. Oh, actually, I think it does. There is another way to do it, and I'm pretty sure there is a thing that just lets you watch all the cutscenes. I should actually go look at that. I wanted just to do all the maps while I was at it, because hey, here's what they look like, but with how long it's taking, maybe it's better off is just doing a whole cutscene only run. It won't be all cutscenes anyway, because at their point, we will reach a point where I have to actually play it, because I haven't done chapter 10 yet. If I do it that way... If I do it that way, maybe I will be able to do Arctic Warfare while I'm at it. One of the unfair fights I've ever seen, I only managed to do so with the help of the internet. I actually thought the fight was bugged. Fucking hell. What was it? Like, what was the deal? Was it just like the enemy was just actually such horseshit that you couldn't... It didn't seem possible to beat it, or... Hey, core. Oh shit, I fucked that up. I didn't move the final turn. I was like, oh, if I fought Executioner, I'm on the enemy base. So we lose. Rip. Had a brain fart. Well, while we're here, I might as well just knock this one out. Literally invincible. Oh, was it some bullshit puzzle thing where like it doesn't tell you what you had to do? There doesn't even hint at like some sort of like thing you had to do to make the fight actually doable? Or was it like literally just, oh, the enemy is just invincible, fuck you? I'm a little annoyed by that. Or like, thinking about it, I should have just used the story viewer from the start, but I didn't actually expect playing the story directly to actually take this long. She was literally invincible for my skill set. Fucking hell. It's like, how did that happen then? Was it... That's like a bit of a blinding, like, design problem. For like a class, especially for like an RPG with classes, and it's like alternate, well, not class, but like alternate skill sets and shit. Almost identical. Oh well, fuck. This does actually come up a lot, like Har, Sangvis, and Griffin Tito, or 16 Lab Titles, have entirely different neural clouds and shit. Oh hey, you got Divine Divinity on Google Games for free. Oh. Was it just like handed out, or was it like you just... I must have been like log in to actually get it, so I probably might not have it then. Thinking about it. Fuck, let's just go poke at story view. At least in, yeah, playback. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that must be Arctic Warfare. Okay. And there we even have Operation Cube. And then Chapter 10, yeah. Alright. Must have been a giveaway on one of their seals. Ah, okay. Let's just set this to full speed auto. So like chapters, like after you get M4 in chapter 2 and she gets added to your roster, chapters 3, 4, well, chapters 3 and Thor actually, because you get 2 of them in one chapter, I forget. I think it's chapter 3 you get both AR-15 and SOP mod 2. And then chapter 4 you get M16. Yep. And then, you know, the whole team is together. Speak of the devil. Pretty sure it's you get the in the order AR, assault mod, then M16. It could be wrong. It could be the other way around. Josephine has 75% resistance against all types of magic except mental resistance, which is 100. Cast a shield spell that absorbs a certain amount of damage. The shield also increases all resistances to 100. So the mage had literally no chance to do enough damage to get through the shield and hurt her. That's some bullshit. That's a fight designed, like... I can see what you mean by like that being literally invincible, because like, she literally just absorbs all damage. How the hell did that get through and not get patched or anything? Like, fuck it out. Yeah, like, yeah, it is actually stupid design. Like, that's literally just, if you play a mage class, you just, like, you just stop. Like, the game just ends here. I don't suppose there's any respecking either, is it? So you could just, like, respec just for this one fight, and then, I guess, respec again? There she is. Yeah, this chat is where you get these two, because they're still together, or close enough. AR-15 and her pet dog. Ah, sure. The thing I like with the AR team is that, with the exception of the member who gets added very late, their guns are all like tightly related. Like, the M4 is a successor, like a upgraded design of the M16. The AR-15 is a civilian model of the M4. The M4 Sub Mod 2 is just another upgrade on the M4. It's like a super modifiable version of the rifle, basically. It's a nice little thing where, like, they're all just essentially the same gun, just used different ways. Which is just like a nice little thing to help underline them being a team and like B sort of related. I think the only two explicitly related are M16 and M4, who directly call each other sisters. And refer to each other as sisters. And some monsters. It couldn't get through her shield, even with just like physical stuff. It is still the most difficult fight in the game, New York Warrior. I would imagine. If she has all that shit, she probably has some level of like resistance bullshit against like a warrior or a rogue or whatever the fuck. So what was the solution then? Is it just like kite her and like exploit the AI or something, or what? Chapter 3.3, this is where you get M4, rather SOP Mod 2 or SOP 2, or SOP, however you want to call her. Surprise, the local ringleader isn't a dipshit and is actually doing things. You? I like to imagine that Sop is driving. if there are not other T-dolls here. I hear you moving, where are you? Ah, there he is. I see the tail wiggle in the darkness. Hello, my son. Are you okay? Are you done coughing up hairballs? No. He's still a wee bit upset because he had to throw one up. The translation gets a bit better later on. But you can sort of tell like the translation is a wee bit stiff with some of the wording here. Just a wee bit. Doesn't fully escape it, but I feel like after a point that's kind of part of the charm, honestly. When they come up with like really, how to put it, there's really like curious idioms and phrases. It's usually when people start swearing. Hello, my son. You're just sitting in the corner in a wee hump. Oh. Hunter, who you'll remember us endlessly bullying when I was hunting for Og. It was like the classiest deflect any of the ringleaders have whenever they're asked, like, why do you want M4 so bad? The rest of them are all just like, don't you ask questions, you won't tell you. Hunter is the first boss in the game that you technically don't need to fight. Because she doesn't move off of, despite being called Hunter, she doesn't actually hunt you. She stays on her command post and you can actually like loop all around it, capture all the points around it, and just encircle it, win by encircle. Which is funny, given her name. But she's also like leaps and bounds stronger than Executioner was. Like, Hunter is like like in terms of this like the power level given like this the combat effect of the score. She's like 2.5 times stronger than Executioner, and in practice she's actually a lot stronger than that because she has very strong hits that are very accurate, and she has a special where she just shoots them all very fast. So she will just cut your front lines to pieces very, very quickly. You need actually like a fairly powerful set to more easily do it. Every class can learn every skill. I'm not even sure why you had to choose a class in the first place. It's just their flavor, because people sometimes reference me being a mage. Kept 5 in reserve. I have all the skills I really need, so I didn't use them in case I need a certain skill. 5 is exactly the number you need to get 1 skill to max. So I'm guessing you got like 1... I would guess, I don't know, melee skill was like something that could pierce or defense to max. That's a smart idea though. It's a wily plan. Just keep them exactly what you need to max out 1 skill in reserve. Oh, sorry. He is indeed. Surprise. Thanks, AR-15. Team player. I'm pretty sure, like, let me tell you something is meant to just be like, just, I'm going to hit you. Instead of phrase that way, but. Translation. Emergency 3, which I think. I forget. No punctuation mark. Yep, hang on, had to mute. All 5 points in the Thief skill Curse, which lowers an enemy's attack, defense, and all resistances. On max level, Curse lowers it by 25. Started spamming Lightning Bolt and managed to defeat her in a few seconds. Fucking hell. Even at 75% resistance still. All of our minions, because of course it's a fight with minions, why wouldn't it be? All melee fighters with high magic resistance. This fight just seems designed to be like living hell for fucking everyone. That is a good choice though. It is easily the smartest way to do that. Is just add just it's to be honest, like it's frankly lucky that there was a skill to lower enemy resistances at all. Yeah, turn down the auto speed just because, you know, we have less time pressure now, it's just the cutscenes. I thought it was doing the maps fairly quickly, but I guess with all the little transitions and enemy turns and all the rest of it, it actually still does take a while. Oh well. You're probably actually hearing that over the mic from the TV, thinking about it, because that was just that loud. Surprised they aren't just gonna let you steal all their shit. Schematics for our own Sanguisferi forces. When? When can I just make architect? Come on. No, he's lying down. You just going to sleep there, are you? Oh, big stretch. Give me a sec. For some reason, he hates my new bed cover. I haven't fully put on the bed. It's just sitting at the bottom. So I'm just gonna move that out of the way. Smooth that out. Right. Would you get up on the bed now to go to sleep? Would you? Or are you just gonna sit there and sulk still? Probably just gonna sit there and sulk still, let's be real. Cats. Okay. Yeah, this is where things start to become relevant. Mage skill with similar effect. Star is useful because it only works on enemies with very low mental resistance, and she has max. That you have high, you wouldn't even use it. You couldn't even use it. The only enemies that are worth using these, they are the only ones worth it. Ah, the classic. Stats effects are only really worth using on super powerful enemies like bosses. Bosses have the highest resistances and are often just flat out immune. Just that old standby. Of course, we didn't actually retrieve that intelligence. Will he do or not? Now that second one is interesting to me. Relique. That hasn't actually come up yet. Parapluie has come up a lot. It becomes the main plot thrust. But Relique hasn't actually been mentioned yet, I don't think. Intruder. Who also hasn't come up yet, I don't think. Unless she's in Arctic Warfare. A chess piece. Okay, no, maybe she's in Singularity then, because interlock chess pieces are the motif for that. Damn, Hunter. Oh wait, no, is Intruder the Chapter 4 boss? She might be. I completely forgot the Chapter 4 boss because I just shit stomp her. Just every time. Even when I first played Chapter 4, just run up to her, murder her, and move on. So she might actually be that. No, she doesn't wear a ball gown, so. Alright. Chapter 4, The Hunt for M16. I don't think you'd actively restore a human settlement on the on the front line, because this is still at the front of the fucking war front here. Then with his feeders had the thief's deadly gift skill on max, and use a bunch of scorpion traps on her. You cannot help it. He is a scorpion. It is in his nature. So I'm guessing you just hit her with scorpion traps, which I presume are poisoned by name, and just rely on the poison the racket. Oh, it's like even exposing. Oh yeah, this is the fun times. This is Team 404, who you might remember from Operation Cube, if you remember that stream. And get their little story appearance here. And then they mostly just fuck off until basically like story events after this. And occasionally like little appearances in midnight chapters here and there. They get on really well. How about your pal? This is a little thing that I don't think has been established yet. I think they spawn scorpions. Oh, that's rad. The strongest scorpions, which are killer scorpions, do insane amounts of damage. That's pretty rad. Cause like you hear something like that, I'm like, oh, that's just a poison trap. No, this one is actually spawns genuine fucking monster scorpions. God bless. Oh. You not want up on the bed and you're washing yourself, fine. Maybe time to bring him to the vet again, because like we're still using that medicine on him. We got it, it's lasted quite a while. It's like help his mouth and all that, but the smell hasn't changed any, which makes me think like the pain might be soothed, but whatever little mouth problem he has isn't completely going away. Big boss. I was saying that I kind of wonder how the two methods stack up there, normally. You mentioned you managed to take like Josephine out in seconds with the resistance resistance debuff, and it was hitting her with lightning bolt. So I kind of wonder, is lightning bolt faster or are scorpion traps faster? Army of Scorpions beats Lightning Bolt. Public broadcast. That is Intruder. Forgot about her. Forgot her name entirely. I was like, oh, fuck. Just basically never fight her after this chapter. Which makes, like, the amount of build up she gets here where, like, I didn't expect you to be so soon. Actually a bit funny. They actually got a good look at the weapons. It looks like a big giant, like, minigun or whatever, but she never shoots it like that. It always shoots a lot slower. No one can ever just say, please, Jesus, get reinforcements to me. Oh, I'm just sitting on a body. You know how it goes. I think what's interesting is just the amount of, like, wreckage of Sanguis units around the room, which implies that she just had a pile and pile into whatever room this is or was. Because those were like sofas and shit around her. Quite fond of you back at National Security. Which is a bit of backstory we haven't gotten into yet, actually. They have some kind of history, and she hates the living shit out of M16, but hasn't actually gotten into it yet. For some reason. Which again, funny, considering she drops out of the story after this one. As at least the others are all referenced and shit, here and there. Meanwhile... two big boys. They haven't said what's in that case yet. But by the implication of it, she must be carrying like fucking bombs around at all times, which is funny. really does, doesn't she? Also, she just fucking wrecked 416 and left her in a wreck, like it's on the floor, I guess. As if she's gonna tell you. See? All secret code words. Made the joke, but M16 really is just Big Boss in a lot of ways. Sorry, my cat's scratching himself. Goddamn. You're fouls. Bit of a break from the rest of our language. This is an interesting touch out, like, because you see it referenced here and there in the Midnight and the other emergency chapters. It's like, oh, the team that was leading this mission just got wiped out, oh well. And you learn here basically every time you've seen that, it's actually just these lads, or these lasses, I guess. This lot, Team 404, are actually out there doing their missions, and they just every time just report themselves as dead, just to hide their existence. An interesting wee thing. Personally managed to kill her within 3 seconds and use a similar technique to mine, but obviously they tried to fight many times to optimize it. Use Curse to make her vulnerable, then use Leech, which takes 30% of the enemy's current health. So you can't kill with it, but the first hit against the boss is obviously ridiculously strong, since no other attack can lower it by 30% in one hit. Fucking hell. I'm surprised that actually, like, whole applies even to bosses. So that feels like the sort of one that would also, like, you know, like an old Final Fantasy and shit like that, a move that would do, like, a fixed percentage of enemy health just wouldn't work on bosses because, oh, we can't have the fight trivialized. Which is, again, it's like, well, why would you have the skill at all? It's like, Demi in Final Fantasy IX is a really rad looking spell, but you basically can't use it on anything. Because there's no enemies that warrant its use, and it like takes away a quarter of an enemy's health or something. A quarter of their current health or whatever. And you can't really use it on bosses because, you know, they just programmed to ignore it, essentially. Yep, wrong one. It's suddenly gone missing. Markings and rights. Don't question how hard they could do this if they were so battered that they ended up dying. Batman attack is slightly weaker than lightning bolt per hit, but there's multiple hits per cast. DPS. The ultimate way to do it. Yeah, it really is. Especially when there's like a lot of percent stuff that are actually just really good. My favorite ones in like Final Fantasy stuff is like the level X spells, where like Final Fantasy V had one called level 5 Death, where if the enemy if the enemy that you cast it on, if their level was a multiplier of 5, you would just hit them with death, like the death spell guaranteed. That would just kill them outright. And that only works on like 2 bosses that were specifically programmed to let it work, which is weird because like nothing indicates that you can do it on them, and the only way to see like enemy levels is by using the scan spell. They actually check that, but I do like that. Just I'm here. Could it? Can you tell these two are specifically sisters? Yeah, they make it a bit weaker. Don't like those still make it immune. That'll be the ultimate way to do it. Hell, they even you just make it do like flat damage then to like a boss instead of percentage damage. Because that would at least give it like more, like significantly more utility in general. If it could do like good fixed damage instead of quartering whatever. Like 5% of the bosses, yeah. Or like instead of quartering a boss's health, it will just do like a flat thing, like 1,000, 2,000 damage for a boss that has, you know, like 20,000 health or whatever. Like either or, like that would just be nice. That would still give it a use. Same thing with statuses. At least a lot of RPGs are getting better with the status thing. I just noticed M16 drops that she heard it from UMP45, but no one here present actually knows who UMP45 is. Yeah. Monster Hunters is a good where it's like a build up. Like even monsters who are the only way a monster cannot be hit by it is by genuinely being immune to it, and even then like that's actually quite rare. Like even like fucking end bosses and shit can fall asleep, for instance, and anything, even monsters that spray poison can be afflicted with poison and shit like that. It does it really, really well. Right, chapter 4, emergency. I do like how Monster Hunter does as well, where like after you inflict it once, it can be inflicted again, but the boss has now like an extra layer of resistance to it because you inflicted the first boss, the monster. They're all bosses really, but like they you basically it's like you can inflict it again. It just takes longer to do it because you know they have that first layer of resistance, and then that just builds and builds. But I guess thinking about it is why they added that to flashbangs and the flash effect. Even though for Flash that functionally makes it useless in Master Rank, because like Flash kind of needs to be at full utility to be of any real worth. So like even like a have flashes is kind of like that's not all that great. And you know, like, them becoming immune after the second time is basically like, oh well, fuck. I have not played Octopath Traveler yet, no. Although, like, getting to it is kind of one of the intentions of the whole, like streaming this and giving myself more time, because it's like, there are some games I was not going to play on stream, because it's just like, I don't think this is a fitting game for stream. And, Jesus, I know. And, like, long RPGs was one of them. So, poison that game is legit amazing. Hey. That's a Square Enix one, which means, hey, they're learning. I say that, but Square Enix has been actually pretty good about that in recent games. Like, recent Final Fantasies have been really good about that. Final Fantasy 12, like, using status effects is actually, like, not only, like, viable, but actually necessary for a lot of, like, bosses. Or, like, optional bosses, at least. They are in your house. Bosses tend to do more than one action a turn. Ah. That's actually really good. So the bosses lose like 3% HP a turn, effectively. Which is actually quite a lot. Damn, that's actually really good. Divine Divinity is pretty cool in that aspect. Everything works on everyone except for any 100% resistance. The boss is super easy because you have the right skill set. Good for you. I remember easily defeating the Metal Lord, but later I saw that he has an insane armor rating that probably making him a nightmare for warriors. The old heavy armor thing. Use magic to blow up tank. Hello, my son. Why are you squeaking? Are you upset? I guess that's a yes, is it? He's just sitting outside the door and squeaking. I might bring him in here and close the door so he settles down for a bit. He seems upset. That's probably because he just threw up a hairball. Upload memories to the server. Back yourself up in the cloud. Justifies audio logs even though it doesn't have them, really. A wild guess. Oop. It's as good a giveaway as any that something's there. I forget if I've mentioned this before. Just slowly reacting to like SOP Mod 2, just doing the War Never Changes line from fucking Fallout. Just imagining her saying it in a fucking Ron Perlman impression. But yeah, like, if you've noticed, SOP, like Sop's left arm has like the fucking metal hand thing. It's because it's not her own left arm, it's a Sanguis arm she tore off of something and just decided, hey, this looks pretty rad. So she just replaced her own regular arm with that. Just because she can. Sop 2 is a bit of a lunatic. She is a bit unhinged. Just a bit. It is funny to me though, because like she's also like the electronic warfare specialist in the team, which means that the screeching berserker girl who likes to just replace her own bits with other monsters' bits is also the one who does all the hacking and like smart person crap on the team. Divine Divinity's skills are pretty cool in general, where many interesting abilities can be overpowered, and if used correctly, if a skill is inherently overpowered, mental resistance is used for balancing. That's interesting. It's just sometimes they slip up with it. So yeah, mixed magic build. The straddle magic and thief, and there you go. Speaking of unhinged, Slot just wants to fucking tear people apart because hey, what she does. See if you can get yourself like some new bits. I forget where it is. There is like a mention of her at one point. Like just, it might have been the opening like tutorial cutscene. What's up with you? Where like she just goes, someone's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Stop, and she just turns around and goes like, "Oh hey, I find this neat eyeball." What? I don't know. He's upset about some. Yeah, okay. Pardon me. I don't know. I guess he still is a bit agitated from throwing up. Or from coughing up the herbal. Or your summoning spells might actually be really good because their skill gives your summons part of your passive skills. Hey, that's actually pretty rad. Just giving summons your passive skills is actually, you know, that does actually encourage a lot of like crossing a lot of class mixes then, doesn't it? I should give that a whirl at some point. The new spoils. in the skies. Actually, I think I stepped over one of them. I think I missed like 4 2Es. Finish cutscene. Remember this line because it comes deeply ironic. So you object. AR-15. For these lot, death is real. Also remember this line because it comes very tragic later on. Sad face. It's a fun way of putting things. And when you basically can't die. It is actually very like Metal Gear Solid in a lot of ways. Thematically, I mean. And 3 in specific. It's the boss rematch. Let's check. No, there it is. This is the cutscene I was on, but I did skip over it. She came back with the boss's eyeball. Just cause she could. I mean, considering it's all robot bits, is it really all that, like, disturbing? A bit hard to deny it when she has both eyeballs just in her hands and right eye. Oh, no, it is. I remember that line. Yeah, okay, sorry. I haven't been focusing as much. I did explain also having the Samus arm. Oh, you know, she just has a pile of them somewhere. Just keeps them on tap, yeah. This is from the tutorial cutscene, which we will actually loop back around to in a bit, because it gets replayed as part of a as part of Chapter 0. Which I'm just gonna prefer to like play a game whenever you unlock it, which is the end of Chapter 5. And that's Agent, who hasn't actually been a boss yet. But will be a boss in Singularity, from what I understand. Let's be real. Like... Oh, she's tall. And quite immediately, because she's holding M4 up by the neck with one hand. Which, you know, probably implies that she is some form of Terminator, which is not great. M16 likes to fight. Oh yeah, about how like the GameStar article about like, oh, Dark Souls should learn from Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order because it has difficulty modes. But that's actually great. It's actually a better game on higher difficulties. That's beautiful. They are in your house. They are in your car. They are in the skies. The Sanguis Fairy are weirdly into poetry. So I'm guessing like it actually makes enemies worth a shit and probably adds more enemies on higher difficulties. So the thing I had heard was like there's on the least normal there's like barely any enemies outside of like scripted sequences. Now they're coming for you. Spooky. Almost like it was deliberately left for you. Thinking about it, there might be a bit of foreshadowing for something later. For something implied later, at least. Someone has perfectly tracked the four of you. I do really like this though. Like just the way it like piles up the mystery. This is where you unlock chapter 0, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yep, okay, this is where you unlock chapter 0, so we'll go back to that one. Chapter 0 covers from a little bit before the opening mission, the tutorial mission, which mostly plays itself, and like the opening cutscene, and then leads up to it. Yep, there it is. So off we go. There's no wind. I have an interesting thing to note. Named Lyco. On highest difficulties, it's similar to Sekiro. On lower difficulties, you run through and spam buttons, resulting in boring fights and boring exploration. Also, like, on highest difficulties, you actually have to give a shit about blocking, basically. That's funny. That really should have been, like, how the normal game should be. Most people are just gonna play it on normal, whatever, and just get the run around, smack buttons, the win experience. That I'd have to watch like actual footage of like at least for a bit of the game on the highest difficulty, but like hearing that at least makes it seem more interesting to me. Not enough to like really get it or put it like anywhere near priority, but so yeah, if it does work out that way, I'd probably put it up for like down the line at some point. Because to be fair, it is made by Respawn, who for all the recent idiocy are still good developers in that they are good, technically proficient at what they do, even if this isn't their usual wheelhouse. Again, it still tickles me that she's the hacker of the group. She's the hacker. Or I guess to be more precise, the electronic warfare specialist. Literally and figuratively. Was a good one. Oh, that took a little bit to kick in there. Tasty. Which Safe House 3. "90 Wish Rock," followed by the letter X in all caps. Who Lyco was, he was a fucking weird person. When you put it like that, the whole thing sounds absurd. Ever doubtful that AR-15. Where's Agent? Ever flashing. The AIs literally cannot work out how to just break old locks. They're too advanced to actually break basic encryption anymore, and so they literally have to sit around and wait for someone else to do it. Wrong one, sorry. There we go. Okay, she specifically called it SOT 2 for wasting shots. That's the price of only one functioning eye to keep an eye on enemy movements. The robots that don't actually need the eyes, but you know, still. Rip. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it, considering there was still considerable intelligence left in them. But, you know. I feel like it's a slightly alarming that 16 Lab would give one of their T-Dolls, only one of them, the ability to basically override everyone else in the area and say, okay, do this. Because there's like giving command modules so they can order others about, and then they're letting them just also command ones they weren't previously in charge of. Which hasn't become an issue yet, but I feel like given the way some of the other things in the story go, will become an issue at some point. That's what I mean, like, sentences like this where you're kind of like, that probably worked a lot better in Chinese. It still kind of works in the sense that you can just imagine Agent being, like, weirdly verbose at times, but, you know. Voice clip. This is pretty much right there from when she was calling for M16 is the start of the opening cutscene of the game. And this here is the opening cutscene of the game. Only with the little flare effects now running in 60 FPS as well. Given how damaged Agent is, it implies that someone did a fucking number on her for her to get in here. A rare look at other T-Dolls in CG. Just a few more seconds. Had no contingency for anyone else showing up. I think it's actually a different CG than usual. It's like half. It's not her exact damage CG, but it's like halfway there. That's interesting. Never realized that she had actually had a unique sprite for that. And there's Scorpion from Chapter 1. And this cutscene played after the tutorial mission was done. By tutorial, I say tutorial, I mean the opening mission. Which again mostly played itself. And she did. An AR team actually does not stand for assault rifle team, it stands for anti-rein team. Not entirely sure what anti-rein stands for, or what it's meant to mean exactly, but there you go. Back on. Back in the present, we're in Chapter 5, which is where things begin to ramp up pretty severely. There's Parapluie. Which is like parasol or umbrella in... I forget which language. It's one of the two. Or probably the word for both. I'm probably miming the pronunciation while I'm at it, but you know how that bit goes. Fuck about it and wait for everyone who's important to actually start, come and talk to you. It's always a bit odd seeing MP40 in particular, because while there are a few guns from Nazi Germany in the game, her and Car 98 are the most explicit about it. Well, they don't have any actual direct symbol on their bodies or anything, I wouldn't know. There's a law in Germany that allows for compensation when, I guess, the Soviets took away people's property between 1945 and 49. Mainly made under pressure from old noble families, and it only counts if they had nothing to do with the Nazis. So currently the government and this noble family are arguing if the family should get back their old castle and some other things. They both hired people that should check it. They both hired people that should check if the family worked with the Nazis. I mean, if they've both hired people, does that mean, what does that imply with the family? Do they know and want it, not said, or they don't actually know? So, uh-oh. Hello, my son. Hello. Griffin routinely fucking gets snuck up on by the Sangus units, and it's kind of like, fuck me, your reconnaissance must suck if you, like, somehow you keep getting snuck up on by them. Hello. Now I want to come up on the bed. Of course he has a revolver. It wouldn't be right if he used anything other than a revolver, really. It's not really the time for sassy jokes. The two people the noble family hired are saying contradicting things. One says that the leader of the family was completely irrelevant, the other says he was a super important resistance fighter. That almost feels like two different members of the family hired two different people and told them two different stories to say. One to be like, okay, just say we didn't matter, if probably genuinely didn't, who knows. And, just to try and make it pass through more believably. And then the other one told them, make it sound like we were really cool. So they'll definitely think we're rad and give us the castle back. It definitely feels that way. I guess the upside is the Sanguis units are never very good at actually pulling off their surprise attacks. Let's be real, if they were a noble family, it's even odds that they were actually were, or did do things to the Nazis at some point. It's not really the time, boss. Oh boy, will she. Bit presumptuous, but yeah. He's not wrong. It does seem he is a bit fast to jump to it from within the ranks. Handguns first. The war will wait for your ice cream. I think that's a reference to Super Shorty, who would not be a small arms because she's a shotgun. Ah, that would make a sense. That would make some like a kind of sense actually. The Nazis declared monarchy at Ringleader as illegal, so nobles would actually not be quite happy with them. Can't have anyone, you know, infringing on that power they desperately crave. I don't know. Like I'd say like more likely the whole like probably irrelevant thing is more likely. I'm sorry, wrong one again. Hello, my son. Do you want on the bed? You can just jump up. I feel like if you were gonna have your super secret meeting here, you would lock that sort of shit down. Like, what do I know about tactics? Maybe that would be too overt and not be like, oh, a lot of activity there, so we go blow it up. But, you know, still. C4 the door. You know the drill, standard practice. Nope, Luigi's just gonna curl into a ball on the floor. He's been doing that a lot since I removed all the boxes from the floor. I'm beginning to think he only likes boxes whenever there's things in them for him to sit on, and at all other times he'd actually prefer just to sprawl on the carpet. This is Destroyer, who actually matters quite a bit. And by matters quite a bit, I mean she actually turns up a good few times in the story. And in some of the events. In fact, granted I haven't played Arctic Warfare, so I don't know for sure, but I think the only, like, Sanguis Ringleader who hasn't returned, or, like, you know, pulled double duty on a chapter or whatever, is Intruder, thinking about it. I guess Agent, but she's in, you know, Boss of Singularity. So look at those fucking cannons. Destroyer's gimmick is that her shots are hilariously inaccurate, but whenever she does hit, it basically kills like what he doll's body outright. She does enough damage to just like knock out a body in one shot. So essentially, you know, Each body's a section of a T-Doll's health bar, so she just takes out an entire section with each individual shot. And she actually does fire a lot of shots rapidly, so you really are just relying on her shots being very inaccurate and just missing widely. And while I do say that she isn't actually that hard of a boss, because if you have a T-Doll who's very good at dodging, like, you know, her health isn't anything special, so you will just shred her before she actually lands enough hits to do enough to be a problem, essentially. And her name is at least probably the most fitting of them so far, being just Destroyer. And I'll tell you what, if I would, she wouldn't have that level of power if she ever became playable, but fuck me, I wish she would. Yeah, like wild inaccuracy, but imagine just being able to nuke an entire enemy squad of each individual shot. Because then you would just pile accuracy buffs on her and then just laugh. But it's not gonna be that easy. At least she's not voiced. Also, as the electronic warfare specialist, I would have expected you to think that maybe you're not consciously telling anyone anything. But, you know. Uh-oh. No one flagged this before. Today I was listening to the radio and there's a segment called World News where they read a bunch of news articles from all over the world about certain topics. You could hear how people from different countries think about different topics. But mainly about Hong Kong, basically all the news articles are the same, saying that people of Hong Kong are doing the right thing, but they should tone down the violence. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that they're having the right level of violence. I mean, I guess like tone down the violence insofar as like prevent casualties, but you know, a lot of what good is that going to do them against the police forces now activating actively using, you know, like live rounds. Except the Chinese article, which is a huge rant about protesters are terrorists and trying to influence the political system with violence is a new form of terrorism. That sounds just about right. You know, just fresh off the government's own print presses. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. I did read something recently where like people found there was noticed that people who had recently visited from China who had visited Hong Kong, when they returned to China, were suddenly a lot more open about talking about controversial topics, the sort of things the government wouldn't want them talking about. And, like being open to other political ideas or being willing to, like, you know, more reasonably address, you know, like political issues. And it's just kind of like, oh, you just had to stick your dick in it, China. You couldn't have just left well enough alone. And now it begins. So AR-15 is somehow, sorry, now. Well, here we are. Area 15 got infected with a sanguineous virus that was letting them basically use her as a massive intel leaker. And when they got that on her, that's a different matter entirely. We'll not take the gun off of her. Innocent civilians that support the current Hong Kong government got attacked. Yeah, but with these things, I wonder how true that is. Like, were they innocent civilians that are being like yelled at for supporting the current Hong Kong government, or are they people actively antagonizing protesters in support, like, to show their support of the Hong Kong government or whatever? These things have a way of being twisted. And basically anything anything in relation to, like, people resisting China's antics, I'm gonna take with a grain of salt whenever someone says they're getting out of hand. Because that's usually like, don't know if I necessarily believe that when China's involved. In the beginning. Hello. What are you doing? At, back. Not allowed to walk on that. Kitty cat. Now you realize you're not allowed to walk on the desk. You'll just bump everything out of your way rather than try and walk around it. No one locked her up or anything. Or if they did, they didn't do a particularly good job of keeping her locked up. Kill on sight. Amazing that you just didn't have her under particularly strict supervision. The agree with the article is that they should be less violent. They're just giving China a reason to step in and other countries a reason to not step in. Because no one wants to offend China, now they can say the evil Hong Kongers are way too violent and the poor Chinese government to send the military over. Please continue to trade with us, China. I mean, like, I sort of see that, but at the same time, like, at least coming from a UK perspective, like the moment the China does send its military in, that's when like, oh fuck, you've overstepped your bounds. Hong Kong being a former British colony, that sort of makes it a testier situation than just, oh, we can just send in the military and oppress this outright. Moreover, I would argue that really the only way to actually have any sort of effect is to at least continue with the level of disruption they have right now. Because that's the only way any sort of changes actually happen. Like, just reducing it, the moment you start reducing is the moment they basically sense weakness and like apply the pressure on even more. It's a difficult situation every which way, honestly. Remarkable level of freedom this lot have for AIs. I do like this detail. They all of them immediately die. Like, oh, she's not. There's definitely not like, oh, she's not under control. She's absolutely going to take this into her own hands instead. You think that Britain is backed up by the EU and doesn't need to worry about offending China? I mean, at the same time, have you seen the British government recently? Have you seen how like openly, callously stupid the British government is recently? You really think like they won't like immediately stick their dick into a situation if enough people start screaming about like, oh, them foreigners? Because they will. The Tories will do goddamn anything to keep a vote. How effective they can be, well, that's a different matter entirely. But they'll do it. Hang on a sec, sorry. I didn't skip that, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Although, honestly, with each passing day, I'm actually doubting Brexit will ever actually happen. The next elections are December 12th. And it really is anyone's game at this point. I imagine that, like, because England is a piece of shit, I imagine that the Tories will probably still be the biggest party by the end of it. But whether or not they'll have a workable majority, that's entirely up in the air. It's entirely likely that if they do have a majority, it'll be slight enough that the DUP will once again be a major thorn in their side by just having it just enough to hold the balance of power. And the DUP will just adamantly shit over every single possible deal they can get through the EU just out of, their insane beliefs that there can there absolutely can't be any sort of border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. But, the whole Good Friday Agreement, the thing that, guarantees the peace of Northern Ireland and all that can just go into the bin as far as the EP are concerned, which should tell you a lot about Northern Irish Unionists. Oh yeah, this is Dreamer, by the way. Dreamer is the boss of Chapter 6 and the boss of Chapter 7. She's the first of the Sanguis Ringleaders who actually pulls double duty. I guess technically quadruple duty, because she is also the bosses of their emergency chapters. My dear little idiot. Yeah, she just knows the fact that her minions are prone to being dipshits, so you know, just has to keep little contingencies here and there. I think that's meant to be trapped again, but maybe it's meant to be tapped. Dreamer, for reference, is the sniper boss. So, you know, high enough vantage point, she can just see everything. Dreamer is also the first severe, like, no, she's not the boss of Chapter 6, by the way. She's the boss of Chapter 7, and Chapter 7, yeah, the other way around. So I forgot, Chapter 6 is Alchemist. She has an ego after all. Poor Destroyer. She gets no respect from anyone. Getting a bit meta here. She's too kitty looking. He jumped into his cat carrier there. Sweatheart looks that, like, you know, the speaker thing is really the only way to describe it. But it's not actually meant to be speakers, apparently. It just happens to look like them. Apparently it's just meant to be a nice looking accessory. AR-15 cares. Cares perhaps a bit too much. Alright. The hitboxes are a bit touchy. Don't know if this is where it shows it. The weapon they're referencing is the, if you remember, the giant cannons that were basically giant, like, invincible wall blocks in, like, the optional chapter of Operation Cube. The Jupiter cannons, as they're called. I think how popular the Green Party currently is, because their success story is almost like a legend. People always talk about how and make fun of this weird, obscure hippie party, but then suddenly became relevant during the 80s, surprising all the old and well-established parties. Now it's like they're writing a new chapter for the story, becoming the second biggest party. Fucking hell. They really are just going wild, aren't they? Like, second biggest now. Environmental issues are becoming a severe concern for everyone. Now's the time for the Greens, honestly. Would that we could have the same thing over here, but sadly things are tilted too far against them, honestly. Hell, if Brexit wasn't happening, the Greens might actually have a fair odds of getting in off their environmental concerns. SOP 2 is also the team's, like, tracker, basically. She's basically the go-to utility unit of AR team. Remember, it's like M4 is commander, SOP is, you know, hacker plus tracker. Works out that well. M16 is combat specialist, and AR is stealth unit. Which, you know, makes her a bit of a pain in the track down. In the last elections, they only got 8.9%, but survey says that elections were nigh, they could get more than 20. Fucking hell. That's a hell of a spike. I wonder how you gesture that. Hello, boss. What are you doing in a storehouse in the middle of nowhere? In the EU collections, they also got around 20%. God damn. Fucking good though. Hopefully that just keeps on rising, because Christ knows we need it. Why would you send like the boss of everything out to track a to like test like a Sanguis ID faker, I guess. If I hadn't tried doing everything manually and just decided to use the index year, we probably would have been at this point on to chapter 10. Oh well. I figured it was going to be a long stream anyway. Rectifying the defect. Firmware update for Tito's. I mean, because it is a Saturday, I can basically just go for however long. I might just push it to 1 o'clock and just see where we get by that point. And I don't know, like... Honestly, like, I think for our purposes, the most we need to see is, like, chapter 9. Granted, I haven't done chapter 10, but chapter 9 sets up something fairly important. And what it, you know, like, what happens in chapter 10 is mostly a bit obvious based on just the trailers for Singularity, really. Next stream is Tuesday, which is going to be Girls Frontline again. It's going to be Singularity, the event itself, because it releases on Tuesday. I don't know if I'll be streaming the whole event. I'll definitely just stream like however far I get through it on the day itself. And then the stream after that will be probably the weekend. It'll probably be a mixed one, like, because next weekend is a raid up build for the 2 new ultra rare assault rifles, and then after that I think I will just segue into Blasphemous, and that'll be just the week's 2 streams. So like basically Tuesday and Saturday basically. M16 is the only one who knows the score. Oh fuck, I just realized Wednesday I have to... It's not go to Dublin day. I'm kind of hoping it isn't, and we'll just do it by Skype, but for whatever fucking reason management's like, well no, you have to go in person. It's like, why would you make me go spend 4 hours on a hideously uncomfortable train for 35 quid, like, round trip to Dublin for a meeting where I genuinely sit and stare at the 4 walls because only management actually does anything in them. The joys of being a programmer. You can't just be allowed to do your work. You have to do a lot of fucking about because otherwise management doesn't feel important enough. I like how in the story, Kalina only ever appears whenever someone more important isn't available. Poor thing. You're attacking out now because I know it is like half midnight in your thing. Like, by all means, like, don't feel obligated to stick around. This is actually quite lit. Again, I really should have used the index here from the start, but I didn't actually expect the fights to actually drag things out that much. In a bit. Also, sneaky. Squad 404 or Krieger's own personal hit squad. Or umbrella. I drove against my car yesterday. Fucking hell. Like, did she damage it? Like, how bad? Oh, she must have, but like, how, like, bad was it? Fuck me, man. You need to, like, find somewhere else if you possibly can. Landlady's, like, fucking... just such a fucking, like, misery. Just a living misery. Why do you phrase it like that, Hellion? Alright. I'm not gonna do 5.5 because that's just Operation Cube, which you've already seen on the stream. It's also not entirely relevant. So into chapter 6. Days after AR-15 fucked off, we've been moved to a different area entirely. In pursuit. This is one of the ones where it's like the AR team as an echelon actually work together pretty well, but all the other like set teams shown in the main story in gameplay would not really work. For instance, like Negative's team is like a mix of like SMG, AR, and MG. And like I think like all like this is a mix of like multiple types in a way that does not really work. Not least because like a lot of the combination of dolls is either can't buff each other or like are just a bad mix for everyone. Negative herself is basically solely made for shotgun squads, for instance, but doesn't really matter for the story really. But you know, that's why you're the commander. True. You actually know how to do things. Case in point, Galil is a 2-star assault rifle. It's only a small scratch, but it'll still be pretty expensive, so you usually repaint the fairly big parts so you can't see it got repainted. Have to ask her next time if she wants to pay for it herself or she wants to inform her insurance. Ah, Christ. I mean, that's actually an element I didn't consider, like, the fucking cost of it. TAR is also an assault rifle, by the way. Basically, assault rifle, the only way like an SMG, assault rifle, and MG team works is like if you have only 2 SMGs, 2 ARs, and then an MG in the middle. And even then, you might just be better off with just another assault rifle. So, what are you doing this time, actually? Like, are you just going to leave it this time because it's a small scratch, or are you going to actually, like, are you just paying for it yourself? It's interesting how many of these ones actually have a good read on AR-15 and what she's like. Damn TAR. I paint it myself and just asking me a bit more than what I pay for the paint. Fair enough. Probably the best way to do it. She has a wily one, that negative. There's a familiar face. She's also distinctly crazier here than she is in the Halloween story. Really, she's just Sanguis's own sub mod too, when you think about it. Alright. Thanks for coming out, Emily. Thanks for sticking about. Have a good one. Good night. This is actually true because Negative is a fairly powerful unit, especially as the game goes on. She's actually one who gets more and more useful as things go on, because as fights get longer, her ability, which just magnifies her attack power every time like she reloads, which being a machine gun is like every 6-7 seconds. She just basically gets meteor and meteor as it goes on. It's great. We can't all be experts at this, M16. There's a wily one, that Negative. Every time you split the squad, you're just asking for misery, M4. Alright. You? Have to fucking murder your way through. I just noticed every time it defaults to like this background map, that's because at this point the cutscene would actually be displaying the map you're playing on in the background while continuing. But it's not part of an actual cutscene file, it's just overlaid on top of it. So it just throws up this one as a default in the index. This chapter 6 is a very like deserty area. And not just the same idyllic Eastern European feel most of them are. It's an interesting way of doing things. That's right, because usually when the cutscene ends, you don't fade out, fade in. You just like roll right off to the top of the cutscene. Just straight into like pre-planning and then match start. Good job, everyone. That never works. Rip. M16 again being the only one who actually knows how to fight anything. But only sup too. Which means it's definitely important. That's just how it works. I'm always curious how they know about these things. I mean, flip a coin, dreamer agent, really. Until you got bonked. You got CQC'd. Advices. Switches out of battery. No more Fire Emblem for the day. Oh well. I suppose you can't just do the thing of like just, you know, like plugging it in and just playing where you are now. Not at all an ominous scene. But that's annoying. Valid. It's a bit ambiguous, but from this point, this is where the two of them first met. The AR-15 doesn't look very happy about it. You're really not helping your case here, AR-15. For some reason, like, I think that's a translation error or something. It's just question 1, 2, but you don't actually hear the questions. But, you know, you basically sort of get it from the context and all. Who indeed? We can't do that. AR team's still in the vicinity. Negative is also a little crazy, and really all the most effective T-Dolls are all a bit crazy about killing people. Which, you know, says things, really. She looks the part. Yeah. The eyes, mainly. Her ability is called Manic Blood, and it basically just, as I said, just magnifies her attack power every time she reloads. I think after 3, it caps out at 3 reloads, but after 3 reloads, she's operating like someone's mouse set claim that was like 237% of her normal attack power. So basically, if she's in a fight and it lasts for about 15 to 20 seconds, after that point, she just starts shredding with like the single highest DPS in the game, more or less. There is a particular boss later on where the easiest go-to strategy is literally just 2 shotguns plus negative, like literally no other units. Just, you don't need anyone else, you can just use those 3. Negative plus 2 shotguns to draw fire for her. Yeah, she does. I think, I forget which country it is. Like, she's her. That's a gun from somewhere in the Middle East, I think. Well, the TLR herself looks very futuristic. She has a unique equipment, which is just her little like antenna headband. That gives her like more evasion and like accuracy and shit. which is funny. You can sort of see it here, but that like speaker-like thing on AR-15 is actually just her tie. They're big, weirdly long black tie. For reference, I don't actually know who the figure in the shadow is, at least right now. It's not Alchemist, despite you jerk freak. I think it's meant to be the mastermind, but it's not Alchemist. Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, that is Mastermind. The clap is very telling based on what happens later. Alchemist's guns look like they're straight out of fucking Halo of all things. And as a boss, she's also quite nasty. She's one where like you basically have to fight her with SMG AR because she does high damage, she's very accurate, and also she's fucking fast. Her attack animation is literally her just like moving so fast that she only appears with like little after images and temporarily. Like, yeah, those are guns. Look like they look like fucking blades. No, those are guns. I think they're like genuine. It's like a pair of handheld real cannons or something. Cause like fucking look at them. She fucking like zips all around like at insane speed. Just appears as like brief images and all that, implying she's meant to be like super fast. She does too much damage for shotguns to safely tank, and so you need like high dodge, and even then it's guaranteed she's basically going to tear apart at least one of your tanks before you manage to put her down. She is the start of the difficulty ramping up as you get further through the story. I think the only TDO with a melee weapon is the only Sangvis like ringleader for melee weapon is Executioner from Chapter 2, who has their big massive sword. But there is another one who has a melee attack. And she's actually like the latest boss I fought. She's also the same one I was on about earlier, who like the optimal strategy is just 2 shotguns plus negative. For a myriad of reasons. But I'll get to her when you actually see her, just so you can contrast her appearance against her skills. Yeah, I mean, you can bring a full echelon, but the optimal way to play really is just 2 shotguns and negative, yeah. Like, it basically, one of the boss's appearance has her have some minions, so you bring a full echelon, you wipe out the minions, and then you retreat the other 2 guns and just send negative and the 2 shotguns in to deal with the boss directly. That's the boss of chapters. Well, right now the boss of chapter 9. No, because yeah, no, it's not chapters 8 and 9. Because like chapter 8 is. Is it? 7 is Dreamer. I'm pretty sure 8's also Dreamer. Yeah, that must be it. It's all blurring together. Sorry, hang on. Hold on. It's not as nuts as a strategy as it instantly sounds, at least, because, you know, apart from your damage thing, negative is actually like the best partner for shotguns, because her buff tiles is like the entire front column of the echelon gets a plus 20% to armor, which makes her like one of the single best partners for shotguns, because, you know, the only thing shotguns really want is more armor, and 20% armor is like the biggest armor buff off of any TO. Boom. Rest in peace, STAR-15. Alas. The emergency of chapter 6 basically shows you what happened. What happened there. Spoilers, she's not actually legit dead. I don't actually know what she's done between, like, chapter 6, but, like, chapter 6 is her last appearance in the main story until Singularity, where she makes her return. She doesn't make her return as normal either. She comes back with a mod 3 upgrade, so, you know, getting detonated upon and having a building dropped on her actually did her some good, apparently. Negative's gone kill crazy. As she is wont to do. Honestly, you probably kinda can. Let's be real. Just leave the 2 crazies together. That'll work out. Remember they're pragmatists. And just leave whatever's in there to the fucking lunatics. Remarkably easy to do that. This is the other thing of Parapluie. It turns the infected T-Doll basically into a walking signal jammer. Which is a hell of a virus. He's giving himself a good bath in the corner. Really does, doesn't it? Fucking all of them just love violence, murder, and torture. Maybe that's why Destroyer doesn't get much respect, because she doesn't. She's not like as like murder crazy as everyone else. She just does her job. Sorry. This is 9 after 6-6, I guess. But leave the rest to Big Boss. I laugh, but she's far and away the most competent of any of them. It's probably the giant box of presumably explosives that she carries around. I just had the thought, because I keep making the Big Boss joke, but my kingdom for a Metal Gear Solid 5 mod, where Big Boss's model is just replaced with M16. So he has the eye patch, he's sorted. Disruptor is the thing from Operation Cube. Perhaps too responsible for this. Should be damn useful. Detonator. Thanks, negative. Ever helpful. M16 does not question where negative got the explosives, but you know, you just can't assume these things. She ultimately lets her go through it. She's just really, really eager to blow herself up, though. Yeah. She just really wants to go. But, you know, the good news is it doesn't stick, at least. It'll be interesting seeing how they explain it didn't stick, honestly. That just as what's left of the AR team is a bit of dark wording there. She knows what AR-15's up to. We're actually gonna juke out after the ending scene for emergency map. Because I actually want to show you this emergency map directly. Because it's the first emergency. All the emergency maps to this point have been just complete reuses of maps in the normal difficulty mode, but with like either more enemies or just different enemy placements or whatever. 6-4 Emergency is the first one that's wholly unique. It has a whole brand new map to itself, and that's because it's goddamn terrifying, and you will see why. Loves to do it by clapping. The mastermind has a sense of style. The mastermind. Doesn't sound like it. That kind of mastermind is in quotes. Young lady. Again, weirdly similar in themes to Metal Gear Solid, this time 5. And kind of 3 still, actually. There's a reason she keeps like making such references to Mastermind being really young. Please just die. She was, and still was, even when she's on AR team. All about being the top performer. Didn't like being held, darn. Yeah. The STAR, even. That's good. That's cheeky. Needed to prove her worth beyond anything else. After a video and everything. Poor M4. Buildings collapsing is the thing that interests me. Just how much destruction did she cause there, honestly? Anytime today, honestly. No worries. I actually have to run to the toilet after this one. It was a bit of an oversight sending on the alchemist. I do like this dynamic. I like this dynamic a lot when it comes to like villains and shit. When there's one teaching another and actually being patient about it. Of course, it was a dummy. that line is pretty telling even long before Singularity and its new additions were announced. So makes me wonder what chapter 10 holds, actually. Well. Welcome back. He doesn't really want to meet the M4. Yep. So yeah, just a quick show of 6-4 emergency, which those two cutscenes were for. So now, decent map, like fairly powerful enemies, kind of big, it doesn't look that scary. Oh, you know, just alchemist, 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 alchemist. Oh, you know, just fucking 5 alchemists, all of them stronger than the main story, like normal mode alchemist. They're all the proper boss fight too. They all have like her little gaggle of minions exactly and everything. 9 snipers, 6 shields, and each one is a full power alchemist. Getting the silver medal for like conquering every like tile on this map, fucking hell. It was one of the single hardest things in the game, because fucking look at these things. And they come hunting, they don't wait. They fucking come after you. Like the moment you get to like fucking like above the row above this heliport, they will start moving and they will just start fucking coming for you. And to get the gold on the map, you have to move up and actually fight enough of these. You don't necessarily need to fight them for the gold, but odds are you will fight at least 2 of them because they come at you. And as you make your way around, you have to get to the command post all the way down there. You have to go like up, around, to the side, and down. It's a long map. It's a long map with 5 fucking boss fights in it. It's nuts. Like as maps go, that one is fucking ridiculous. Alright, yep, stay back. I'm gonna run the next one while I run to the toilet. Chapter 7 picks up days after AR-15 seemingly bit the dust. Be right back. No, she's not actually. Kalina is a regular human. like Soph is Hellion, like basically anyone not holding a gun is a regular human in the cutscenes. Basically. Yeah, so after all that, we just like Chapter 7's first few missions are you just milling about because you got put on a low priority area just to make sure you like calm down a bit because they're kind of like. Also, the cutscenes all list her name as Colleen, even though her name in everywhere else is Kalina. It's weird. Which is just the same way, spelled the same way, with just an A at the end. The conference. We must wait for the red tape to finish. The whole team has been quarantined, essentially. And also basically everyone else who was possibly within range or reach or communication with AR-15. They've just been quarantined in case the paraplu is spreading. How big was that fucking bomb, AR-15? Fucking competitors. Real Merc company just angling to get the contract for fighting the endless AI war. Yeah, we'll actually kick the speed up to 9 again, because we're getting longer sentences. I mean, longer little waits. I might just take over from the auto, actually. We're just outside the detention center, which is a surprisingly nice little touch for them to do, at least. There's more grunt work. I mean, hell, might as well. Kalina made a request. After a short break. Just another day in a war without end. But in the send a little call out. And she understands, she doesn't sound very happy about it. I'm gonna call back. An awkward game of Hellion telephone. Heliophone, if you will. Alright. Day 3 of just beating up random Sangvis. How many of these are there? There's a lot. Well, like, in terms of like actual cutscenes left in the index, we're halfway through chapter 7 normal. So there's 7 emergency, 8 emergency and normal, and then 9 normal and emergency. We're near the end. I think we just won't do chapter. I might just do a thing where like I record chapter 10 myself or something, and just offline just kick it up whenever I do it. So I think with me taking over the pressing now, we will be only just reach 1 o'clock and be done for the day. Kalina cares. I mean, now I guess I could do like a short stream tomorrow. I guess we'll see, because I mean, if I'm gonna sit down and record it and talk over and all, it's basically the same thing as just streaming it, honestly. Recorded the audio file for AR team. Over to their perspective. Mario's Princess Griffin Detention Center. Good job, lads. Abandoned from a human sanatorium. Thanks, everyone. Great. You'd be surprised how hard it is to find a fucking like a hole in your firmware, honestly. Unless you're actively trying to break it, you just don't fucking know. Especially when the person who finds it just won't tell you. She wants to rip and tear. Poor M4 is snapping. I mean, at least they have the option. This line interaction is just a fandom joke because, call everyone, call Q characters cinnamon rolls, so people inevitably called her that, and then you get this line which is just like cinnamon rolls again, and just wants to die. Her. Apparently bread is the most secure food available. Bread and butter. Oh, someone's getting mad. Don't cross M16. The M16 had also, she gave AR-15 the big pile of bombs she used to blow herself up. And because that counts as a contact, well, into jail with you. More volatile. I mean, if that's what you want to call, like, describe SOP 2, by all means. I mean, you did a bit more than that, negative. I do love the sass out of her, though. And the fact that they're allowed to interact to the point of being able to get into fights. Peekaboo. Yet again, the massive Sangvis force just managed to slip up on a Griffin facility. And they're already inside. You really would think that cameras would be a thing, yeah. I mean, hell, like, you can sort of see, like, cameras in the top left and right corners of the room in the background here. Apparently no one's fucking manning the things, though. Fucking no one's doing the reconnaissance either, apparently. Really, you should have put the command module in M16. With no harm to M4, but At least should be like instantly on point. Alright. The fight rate is on. Peekaboo. New story character. I'm the 5th member of AR team, who is not actually an AR title. R0635 is an SMG. So she's the one SMG on the squad, with the other tank in the squad being M16, who can have armor. And also has actually considerably more HP than an average assault rifle T-Doll does have. Is your source credible? Also, it wouldn't work because one's an assault rifle and the other's a sniper rifle. These are the CM3 who are in chapter like 2 and 1 and 2 and all. Basically everyone from the story so far has just been piled into the detention center because RIP. You have a point. And running rampant. Command module at work. These two spotted her legging it in chapter 2 when she was still on the run. her abilities. A temporary commander. I do like that line. Don't try, do it. Oops, sorry. Hang on. Answer those Sanguine's ringleaders' call. Yeah, Dreamer is the boss of chapters 7 and 8. And she is a massive bitch. Because she's a sniper boss, which means she starts shooting at you from well out of your range. Like, while you're still fighting her minions, she's off screen just, like, plugging shots down range. And she is highly accurate, highly damaging, has a special in the same way Ouroboros did, where she just jumps and fires a massive laser across one row of your echelon, so you just have to get everyone out of the way as best you can, or they just get fucking shredded. And she is also, at least to this point, the only sniper on the Sanguine's side who has anti-armor rounds. She's armor-piercing rounds. So if you're like, oh, I'll bring shotguns just to tank snipers like you do for regular snipers, they get shot to pieces and die very quickly, because she just punches straight through armor. Because why, why would anything nice ever happen? So she's a boss where you basically have to rely on submachine guns to like dodge tank her shots as best you can. Essentially. Really, she's one who's better handled with by the paradoxically lower evasion Thompson and similar ones, because Thompson has fuck tons of like near shotgun levels of HP and also has an ability where she just turns on a shield that blocks all damage. Just turns all damage to 0 no matter what. So ones like that are probably like your best bet, just because they can effectively just walk through shots for like every 5 seconds. You're still gonna get at least one submachine gun fucking minced though. Anti-jammer ability. Aro can also have basic commands, which is a curious one. Lord Commander. Oh, guess who's here? Hang on, I just realized we missed one. Sorry about that. It's a bit hard when the boxes for which one you press are a bit inaccurate. This is the one where Mastermind arrives on the scene. someone's paying attention to them. Oops. Famous last words. Even the fridge is off. He's a small figure. I mean, if you never see a body, you didn't get her. No, we're in 7-6. The second one. This is twice in a row Mastermind has just been foiled by bombs existing. You'd think you'd have like an answer for that by now. Steady on, negative. Her, this is some fun. Aro's ability is called Mental Interference, and basically it's a debuff, whereby basically shouting through her megaphone, she just severely limits, like, she just severely debuffs all enemy forces. Like, they lose like something like 40% firepower and drop their rate of fire by like 30. It's a pretty severe debuff, which makes her like a ridiculously good tank. Just by shouting really loud. Not the smartest of plans. Foiled by an air raid shelter. Damn. M4 ain't doing so hot. Being hacked by a Sanguis mastermind doesn't exactly leave you very well. I don't know what shit references, but sure. Knock. And little puppy Sop sleeps. Don't inform HQ I'm here. That shouldn't be too hard. They don't seem to check a lot of things. So after AR-15 bites the bullet, M4 has been hacked out of existence, but it's fine. Replacement leader is in for a little bit. Famous last words. Chapter 7 Emergency. Yeah, it's 1 AM. We're only coming basically to the end of Chapter 7. I think I'll just jump us ahead then and just basically explains what happened. We'll just watch this one out, really. This is actually a bit of a recap thinking about it. Pardon me. Hunting down Dreamer for revenge. Her sniper rifle is fucking hideous, and also she's just otherwise heavy ordnance woman, so. Alright. I guess let's skip this one, because this one is mostly just. Chapter, like, Emergency 7 is basically just hunting down a Jupiter cannon to blow the fucking thing up. And that leads into Arctic Warfare, which, if I remember right, is also just about hunting Jupiter cannons. Chapter 8 is, basically AR team gets sent into just random territory in the middle of Sanguis stuff in pursuit of more documents for Persica, who keeps trying to find out about that Lyco guy from, like, that was the mission AR team were originally on in Chapter 0. In and around all that, Kruger and your player character get sent to a military party. Well, a party hosted by the military, the regular army KCCO, who are basically talking about, like, okay, it's time to just to fucking end Sanguis Ferry directly ourselves with our military grade superpowers. But, you know, it's all just talking at this point. In the middle of Chapter 8, Because if you notice the pattern, we're dropping one person at a time. As our team are fleeing, their stuff, they get interrupted. You know, there's like enemies interfere, they aren't able to get out as well. You might as well just show this one for the CG. Oh right, no, I'm thinking that's the emergency one. Yeah, well, basically, M16 gets left behind. She chooses to leave herself behind uh, to let the R2 escape, to let RO and SOP2 escape. So, speed through. Just because the CG for this is just really good. Berserker overrides, tells her just let her go. M16 goes to blow shit up and let them escape. Claims she's gonna be able to make it to them. And doesn't. Been a little accident. If that's not the most big boss thing I've ever seen, I don't know what is. And this is the point where emergencies start continuing, like directly continuing the exact story of the normal chapters. And then Emergency 8 and Chapter 9. In Chapter 9, RO and SOP2 are hunting for M16, trying to find her again. And they come across the Sanguis boss Judge. Meanwhile, in the emergencies for both 8 and 9, M16 goes off to do a mission for Persica. She manages to retrieve some files and sends off a drone with her files and her giant box, which she claims that she's never used, and she hopes that M4 will never have to use it, but just sending it for her because she's I can't remember which one it is. Yeah, okay, I think it was Emergency 8-4. Yeah. So, to get the file she needed, which was needed to help restore M4's cloud, like neural cloud after being blown to shit by Mastermind, she had to hack into a Sanguis Ferry thing. But the only way to get into the Sanguis Ferry thing to get the file, to get the authorization for the file, was to use a thing that basically temporarily makes M16 read as a Sanguis bot. The problem is when she had to do that a second time to break the authorization properly, her neural cloud is slowly being absorbed by the Sanguis Ferry cloud. In other words, she's basically dying. But in a distinctly more unhelpful way than most. She's getting rewired. So that's not good at all. No matter what I turn into, I'll see you later. Cat with its bones taken out. That's a sentence. Aren't they inconvenient? Says Helium. Thanks, Helium. Yeah, alright, that'll be that. So, as I haven't done chapter 10, but we'll find out. I kind of, well, knowing how things are going, chapter 10 will probably have someone else just fucking die. As chapter 9 ends with Aro and M4 Sop 2 stuck in enemy territory, meeting for a rescue plan to be carried out to get them out. So yeah, that's the story of Girls Frontline in a hideously mismanaged stream. I really should have used the index here from the start, then we probably could have got everything in. Oh well. But yeah. The story of misery and depression, where everyone slowly dies, or in one instance, gets taken over by the enemy AI. And chapter 10 probably has someone else die too. So yeah, Singularity on Tuesday is like the big major like turning point event for the story from what I understand. It's where like not just like the story makes a massive shift, but also like gameplay stuff makes a massive shift as well. It's like enemy types all change, all new enemy types come in, and it basically sets the tone for future ones. So I'm not sure if I'll do like a short stream tomorrow, chapter 10, or if I'll just like, you know, play it and record it myself or something. Or I might not even do either, honestly. I might just give you the rundown like this on the Singularity stream. Yeah, I'll probably just do that, honestly. So yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for coming out. This was a lot longer than I expected it to be, and I really should just use the index viewer. They really like this game's story though, and its characters. Bless you, I'm 16. Rest in peace. Alright. See you. Good night.